Good afternoon. I'm going to convene the City of Palo Alto Council meeting of Monday, September 11, 2023. Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Sure. Councilmember Vinker,
Here.
Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka, Mayor Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Thank you. Tonight's meeting is called to order in honor of September 11, 2001, with our flags at half staff and City Hall lit in red, white, and blue. Tonight, we call the City Council meeting to order in honor of the 22nd anniversary of the attacks against the United States that occurred on September 11, 2001. This was the deadliest terrorist attack in American history, with nearly 3,000 people killed and 6,000 more injured. It was also the single deadliest day for firefighters and law enforcement officers in United States history, with 343 firefighters and 72 police officers killed. Every year, the death toll continues to climb as many of these disaster responders succumb to post-9/11 illnesses. Recently, 43 names have been added to the World Trade Center Memorial Wall, bringing the total number of firefighters and peace officers who have passed due to illnesses post-9/11 to 331. We pause to remember that day, which forever altered the American way of life. 22 years later, the anniversary of this tragic event also provides an opportunity to recognize the many instances of heroism, bravery, and generosity, which reflects so strongly on American firefighters, law enforcement officers, emergency medical personnel, 911 dispatchers, and many civilian responders since that day. Our first responders remain ever vigilant and ready to respond to any threat. Please observe a moment of silence in tribute to all of those who gave their lives for our country and our gratefulness to their families. Let's take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Our next item on our agenda is special orders of the day. And it's a presentation from Sibling Cities on the Palo Alto Bloomington Sibling City Partnership. And with that, former Mayor Tom Du Bois will give the presentation. Councilmember Vinker, would you like to say anything?
I'll let Mr. Du Bois speak, and if there's questions, I'm happy to answer. So thank you afterwards.
Hi, council members. Good to see you all. So Tom Du Bois, I think most of you know me. Back in 2021, worked with Vicki Vinker to launch Sibling Cities, and we're here tonight to give you the annual report update. So we actually, in 2022, we signed this agreement in February, and part of the agreement was coming back to the councils and giving them an annual update on progress made as part of this agreement. And so that's what we're doing tonight. Vicki has already updated the Bloomington Council in June, and you guys have had a very full agenda, so happy to be able to do this tonight. And we basically have organized Sibling Cities around these 3 pillars of connection, starting with community, connecting just community members and organizations, focus on commerce and economic development in both the cities. And then the final column was civil discourse. And we kind of envision starting with the community aspects and kind of working our way up to civil discourse around difficult conversations around policy issues. But for me, the whole point of Sibling City USA was really to get to the civil discourse level and to find ways to really try to pull the country back together in areas where we seem to be kind of splitting apart. We've had strong support from kind of national leaders. You can see some quotes here from Anna Eshoo, from Tom Cochran, who's the head of the Conference of Mayors. And, you know, we've started with this kind of pilot between Palo Alto and Bloomington. And we're looking to go to the next phase if we can. We're starting to do some fundraising because we like to expand the organization, expand the number of city pairs. But so far, you know, the pilot's been going great, and Palo Alto and Bloomington have been the two initial cities. These are the leaders of the organization. Vicky has been the driving force and has really, you know, brought Sibling Cities USA into existence and really been pushing to make it a very sustainable organization. In the first year, we had coordinators in each of the cities. So Karen Howell Hernandez was the coordinator for Bloomington. Andy Reed, who's here tonight, was the coordinator for Palo Alto. And, you know, in Palo Alto, we manage our city relationships through Neighbors Abroad with our international cities. And Neighbors Abroad kind of expanded their scope a bit to help support sibling cities, invited Andy to attend their board meetings, and we kind of shared a lot of information and leveraged that organization as well. So just real quick, I was going to take you through a lot of the events that have happened in the first 12 months. We had that kickoff. We had a high school essay contest, and I'm going to go into these in more detail. And then we had a delegation from Palo Alto go to Bloomington and spend a weekend through a whole variety of events. And then we kind of, and then Bloomington actually awarded Sibling Cities an Innovator Award. It's an annual award that they have. And then in August, we unveiled an update to our International Sister City sign, which included Bloomington. In November, we had a delegation from Bloomington come to Palo Alto. And then in February, we really launched the civil discourse column. So the kickoff back in February, we kind of had a formal signing of the Sibling City Agreement. We had about 150 attendees online on Zoom, and we had some really great keynote speakers. You can see Cornell William Brooks, Tara Vanderveer, who played at Indiana and obviously coaches here at Stanford. It was a super fun event. We also had some twins, people living in both cities. So we had some fun. And then one of the things we really looked to do was to leverage various organizations in both cities. And the Rotary Club of Palo Alto really stepped up and made connections with the Rotary Club in Bloomington. And we had this initial visit back in May, where really the Rotary clubs worked pretty hard, set up an agenda. We visited the Mill, which is a business incubator in Bloomington. We toured City Hall, met with city staff. And then we also looked at some volunteer projects. The Teacher's Warehouse is a really interesting project that the Rotary Club runs there, which gives free supplies to teachers throughout the county. It's quite a big operation. We also heard some music from the Indiana University Jacobs School of Music, and we had some dinners and breakfast with Rotary Club members. So, like I said, in November, a lot of folks from Bloomington came out to Palo Alto, and Rotary, along with Neighbors Abroad and others, set up a bunch of events. We actually had a really nice climate summit at Gunn High School. I think mayor at the time, Pat Burt, was participated in that along with the mayor of Bloomington. We started talking about how we're going to handle these civil discourse conversations. The Chamber of Commerce meetings occurred in both cities. And then we also had a reception of the Indiana University Alumni Association. It gave them some tours. And again, basically, we were building kind of connections, people to people, kind of these first early gatherings. So, and then starting kind of into the first year, really, we launched the civil discourse. And we've been looking at organizations, a lot of this has been Vicky, that specialize in running kind of difficult conversations. So Joan here is on the board of Sibling Cities USA. She's with Living Room Conversations. And, we've been kind of dry running how we're going to hold these conversations. We also, so kind of going beyond the first 12 months now, giving you an update of kind of more recent events. Neighbors Abroad extended a essay contest to high school students. And we had 3 winners from Palo Alto and 3 from Bloomington. And the winners traveled over the summer to Enschede, which is one of our sister cities, as well as to Munster and Amsterdam. And so we're really trying to broaden out, include teens, include as many aspects of the community as we can. And then just a few days ago, we had an event sponsored by the libraries in both cities. So I think it was at Mitchell Community Center and the Downtown Library in Bloomington. Douglas Hofstetter spoke. And again, it was very well attended. I think it was about 100 people there. And having this kind of author event, it seemed to be very popular. We'd like to see if we can do more of these. And so you can see here some metrics. Within the first 12 months, 10 joint steering committee meetings, 26 delegates visiting both towns, 200 people at the climate summit, 150 people at the kickoff. This is a lot of activity if you compare it to an international sister city. Some of our sister cities, we may do something every 1 or 2 years. And so I think it's the difference between having a relationship with somewhere in the US. It's much easier to get together. You can be more opportunistic. If there's an event happening in one of our towns, the other people can come visit pretty easily. And I think it speaks to our focus on trying to leverage organizations like Rotary. We've been trying to do all of this, I think, pretty successfully without taking up a lot of city staff time. But again, just to put in perspective, the amount of interaction that's happened within 12 months, is pretty astounding when you compare it to our international sister cities. So looking forward, we're going to continue with all 3 pillars, but in the near future, we're really moving forward on that civil discourse pillar. So we have 3 civil discourse events scheduled over the next 3 months. The first one is coming up next weekend. It's 4 o'clock, Mitchell Community Center. You can sign up at the website. And one of the essay contest winners, one of the teens, is going to be on the panel as well. It's going to be focused on bridging regional divides, which again, I hope you all agree is kind of critical as we go into the national elections, and which is an issue that kind of faces our country. And then we have 2 other civil discourse meeting town halls scheduled, one on climate action and one on race and belonging. So really urge you all to sign up. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And the Sibley Sittings USA.org is the website. It's a pretty information-rich website. You can see videos of past events. You can register for upcoming events. You can sign up to host a living room conversation. And if you want any more information, there's some email addresses, and happy to answer any questions you guys might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, former mayor, former council member, Tom Du Bois, for providing that summary. I just want to say a word of thanks tonight. If you want to hear me wax philosophic about sibling cities, you got to come to the Regional Divides Town Hall. But in terms of thanks, thanks for being such a good partner in getting this through, presented to council last year. And I want to thank last year's council and the council in Bloomington for giving this a go. we're doing something very new, very different, and it's just extraordinary that both cities have embraced this so much. It was hard to fit all that into the slides. You can see that people in both communities have taken it up and run with it. We have Andy Reid here who worked so hard. We had Karen Howe Fernandez in Bloomington who worked so hard. And it's really just extraordinary what had happened. And I just want to thank everybody. I'm listening to you talk and I'm just thinking, oh, and and the Rotaries were terrific. The universities also connected in many different ways. The chambers of commerce connected, just so many things that people just got excited about. We had the Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Department of Energy come to that climate summit and then establish relationships with both cities for their sustainability programs. So just a lot of great stuff. And it's going to continue this fall.
Yeah. I think we've had a lot of interest from other cities. And again, it's just getting the structure in place to be able to support that.
Yeah. And people ask if it's a red blue thing or not. And sometimes you discover that you're not when you think you might be. But we will have the Congress members for both cities give a welcome message by video at our first town hall this weekend. So come see what they have to say and join us. Thank you, Tom.
Yep. Any other questions? All right.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
I just want to commend and thank you both and all the people you've worked with for the concept. I think in these times, as you've identified, it's incredibly important for us to find opportunities to link us rather than divide us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Similar, I did want to say thank you for providing that opportunity for both cities to have that bridge in order to explore what things we can do together, how to do it better and learn from each other. So thank you to Andy, Tom, Vicky, Mayor Hamilton, and to everybody else that's involved in all of this. Thank you. And also Councilmember Burt, who led the summit. It was pretty interesting. Thank you.
I was just going to say, I don't think I properly thanked former Mayor Burt and current Mayor Koo for speaking at many of these events and lending your name and office to them. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And that concludes our special order of the day for the Sibling City presentation. And we'll move to our item AA1, which is the interview for the Architectural Review Board for Naveen Govind. Oh,
Hi, yes, yeah, it's Naveen Govind. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Sorry I couldn't make it last week. My name is Naveen Govind again, and I'm currently working for City of Mountain View as a senior project manager with Public Works. Prior to joining City of Mountain View, I worked in the Bay Area for about 20 plus years, mostly in the design industry, focused on projects in the Bay Area. I worked on all kinds of building types. I've also worked on a couple of projects in Stanford as well, Stanford Hospital and Hewlett Packard headquarters. Palo Alto has been near and dear to me because we visit Palo Alto a lot, Palo Alto downtown and Stanford. I live in Fremont, but we visit Palo Alto a lot. I have 2 kids and they love to visit Stanford all the time. So with that, I open to answer any questions.
thank you, Mr. Govind. If there's any questions from council members, Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for your application. I'm seeing it on screen here. I was intrigued with your application when you said you were going to maintain City of Palo Alto architectural character. And what is that? Is it doing the same thing as that's here? Is it a mix of things? Is it moving forward or going backwards? Elaborate, please.
Yes, yeah, I've seen other cities in the Bay Area, and it's hard to identify a distinct character, but in Palo Alto, I've seen quite a few Eichler buildings and the buildings that are coming up now or in the future. They take cues from these buildings. Their modern take of, I would say, Eichler building. Even the Stanford Hospital, it's a very futuristic design, but it respects the design of the existing Stanford Hospital, at least the podium. So I would, keeping that in mind, I would like to maintain the character and make sure it's still within the fabric of the city and have a modern take on that.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Govind, thank you for applying. I'm interested through your work with Mountain View. Are there any best practices that you've learned from your time working at Mountain View that you could see yourself bringing to Palo Alto to improve our own architectural review process?
Sure. I have been with the City of Mountain for a year, and I think what I would advocate is community involvement in any civic projects or public projects. Even before we design, I think it's very important to hear the community and all the stakeholders, even before we establish goals for the project, so that there are no surprises in the design phases. So I think that would be something I would like to bring.
Mr. Govind, so thank you for applying also. I wanted to find out, so can you tell me a couple of your favorite buildings in Mountain View and a couple of your favorite buildings here in Palo Alto,
Yeah,
architecturally?
sure. I think Palo Alto, I would say there are several buildings that I like and I'm inspired, but I think for me, Stanford Hospital is something that I really appreciate. I worked on the project for about 4 years. I was the design lead for emergency department and patient rooms as well. I've worked on different building types, but hospital is something that's really challenging. I think that building has achieved both aesthetically pleasing from outside and then also very functional from inside. And also, we're able to, as a team, we're able to create a very healing environment. So that project is something that I would, it's on the top of the list.
How about Mountain View?
Mountain View, there are, I would say, several homes that I like. I like Victorian homes, and also there is a new project that's come up, the Google Plex. It's very intriguing. It's very complex, and that's one of I think my favorite buildings recent.
Thank you. The Stanford Hospital is done very well. And when you talked about the healing part, I think that my understanding was that they wanted to make sure even on the outside, what they plant outside is also very important for healing. So trees and greenery and so forth. So thank you for bringing that one up. And you have a couple minutes left. Would you like to give us a closing, sir?
Yeah, sure. I would like to serve on the Architecture Review Board because personally, I think it's very fulfilling and it's an honor to be on the board, and I can make an impact to the community.
Mr. Govind, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you. So that would conclude all of our special orders of the day items. City Manager, I don't think we have any agenda changes, additions and deletions. And with that, we will go to public comments on items that is not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We currently have 6 hands raised in Zoom, and we have 2 speakers in person.
Okay, if you would close the public comments after the first person speaks, that would be great. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Jacob Silver.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jacob Sterling Silver. I am an iron worker. I'm the guy that puts those buildings up at Stanford, but I'm here today to talk to you guys about a nonprofit that me and some combat friends have actually started up, try to deal with veteran isolation, PTSD, suicide, which is a big issue. You know, you've all heard either between 17 to 22 vets a day dying. There's some new data that came in that could be way higher. They're not counting drug overdose, they're not counting alcohol-related deaths. If there's not a suicide note, it's marked as accidental. And there's a few different studies that say it could be as close to 40 a day. So we're trying to get in the middle of that. We're just try to keep these guys happy, have fun. I had a depressed veteran friend. I told him to get in the truck. We went skydiving and he wasn't depressed when we hit the ground. So we're trying different tactics. Whatever we're doing isn't working. These numbers should be declining. I did a lot of volunteer work down at the Palo Alto VA with veterans with addiction issues for about 6-7 years. And quite honestly, they look bored. When you got guys that are on high deployments, you put an infantryman out, you know, in a squarian setting, petting a horse or looking at a horse, trying to make a spiritual connection. That might work for some vets. I don't think it works with the actual infantry or special forces units. So I'm trying to get them back to doing things that they enjoy, and then get them next to other combat veterans that they can heal each other. I'm just a civilian. I tried like hell trying to fix these guys. I can't. But I do know that when you get them out and have some fun and teach them how to live again, I'm seeing the light in their eyes come back. I took another guy down to Fort Hunter Liggett. We do like a drive-by barbecue type thing, right? We give free food out to the people at the gate. And this guy was different. He reconnected to his old base. That's a long drive down there. And on the way back, he was a different man. And he was telling me stories about his deployment and being in combat situations on, he was one of the truck driver guys, ran the Humvees. So he was telling me stories on the way back. And I've noticed a significant morale change. And we're just trying to pick up the slack, do whatever we can. I'm asking for help from all the cities. I'll go to San Francisco down to as far as my truck will take me. I presented to San Jose. We were picking up garbage with the mayor last Saturday. You know, we're just trying to get involved in the community. I'm not a businessman. If you guys have anybody that wants to contact me, hopefully the handout's gotten around. And if you know some people that are good at business with nonprofits, send them my way, please. Any fundraising would help too. Most of it's coming out of pocket. But we're just trying to get behind this and deal with this, because these issues go for generations. So let's try to heal them up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie Yarkin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. 3 days ago, on September 8th, I found out that my neighbors were having a landscape company come and trim 4 to 5 heritage trees, 2 of which are on my property line on Churchill. The whole experience was extremely stressful and very disheartening for me, because I expected help from the City Urban Forestry Division, who was called out. I've lived with these beautiful heritage, a great, amazing canopy trees, oak trees, for a good part of my life. I have taken good care of the trees. I've gotten them checked, trimmed appropriately under the direction of certified arborists. I've worked on this with my neighbors before, well, 2 neighbors before it flipped again, but I was expecting the city to stand up and uphold their tree or protection ordinance so that the trees wouldn't be harmed or have incorrect cuts. So the city policy, as you all know, goes into a lot of detail of how to trim these oak trees, and you don't trim from the inside, you trim from the outside. Well, anyway, it's very specific. Okay, and you need to have a certified arborist involved. Okay, so instead, I was placed there in the front of the property with my neighbor, a foreman, 3 to 4 workers with chainsaws, trimming, indiscriminately, the redwood tree, and then they were gonna start on my oak trees, and then I told the foreman to just stop, because I had to get the city out there to stop the work. So I waited for a while. I called, I got through to Mr. Gollinger, And I was trying to protect my tree from, I thought, irreparable harm. So Uriel, the assistant, came out. He was pulled off another job. He spoke to all the parties involved. He spoke to me. He spoke to my neighbor. They just bought the house. And he had a very long conversation with the foreman of the job, explaining how to make proper cuts on these heritage oak trees. You don't cut the way they were making their cuts, that they needed to have a certified arborist. I mean, he went into it. But each time he said something, the foreman disagreed. I mean, it was a back and forth, and he just kind of, I don't know what Uriel did. I overheard it, and then, okay, the conversation went nowhere, I guess. And then they approved the continuance of the trimming of my wonderful oak tree. So I couldn't watch the chainsaw in action because I was watching it and I was basically crying, almost crying. So I walked away very, very upset. So your tree protection ordinance and all your rules and regulations, they're only as good. They sound great, but they're only as good as the enforcement that follows them. So they basically amounted to nothing the way I saw it. Okay, so I haven't asked for the Urban Forestry Division to send out a communique kind of outlining what's proper treatment and how you respect these beautiful, amazing heritage oak trees, and to not do any work on these trees.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker.
Madam Clerk, if I might just clarify something. Today, our agenda is a little bit different. We have a event that is outside at Kings Plaza that we will break later for. So we've shifted some things on the agenda. For those of you who are speaking right now, this is only on items that are not on the agenda. So if you're speaking on the housing matter, it's a study session. That's going to be at 6:45. And if it's about the parklet, that's going to be around 7:45 p.m. So just wanted to make that clear. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just wanted to, I know city council members and honorable mayor, you are very concerned about a community member, Irene Macias, daughter and grandson. They did get some shelter, some temporary shelter in Palo Alto in a motel after 5 nights at Walmart in a parking lot in a Ford Focus, sitting up. She was very grateful to me for reaching out and making connections, and Destination Home came through within 2 hours of me reaching out to them. They got her a motel room. So I know this has been weighing heavy on your hearts, since I did send you all a letter and did not hear back from anybody from the city council web address. I have heard from others in a different formality. However, I just want to let you know that Life Moves did not move on this until I made a personal walk-in. They'd been working, or Irene had been trying with Life Moves for 5 months, and she works full-time. She also shares childcare for the 2-year-old, and the daughter also works. These are reputable citizens of our community who were evicted at Mayfield Place related, which was a Mayfield agreement of 2005 for very low income families. Why? For non-payment of rent, because her car was impounded in December and everything kind of snowballed from there. So I hope that there is better oversight with Life Moves, who was very, very slow to move. They have a dysfunctional phone system. They're always in meetings. If you don't get to their phone call, you can't call them back because of their phone system is so antiquated. So I just wanted to give you the good news. I know you guys are really relieved about this. So she is now hooked up with some agencies. So thank you very much for responding to the crisis. All right, thanks, bye.
Our next speaker is Dale Calhoun.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dale Calhoun. I am the project manager for Downtown Streets team in Palo Alto. And I just kind of wanted to come on here and say thank you so much to the committee for your assistance in funding through the HISRAP grant to help support our efforts to increase outreach amongst the people experiencing homelessness in Palo Alto. And that is all. And I hope you have a great rest of your meeting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rob George.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and fellow council members. My name is Rob George. I'm speaking tonight as Director of Facilities for a local business, Phil's Coffee, and I'm also on the board of directors and a founding member of the Palo Alto TMA. I'm really here to speak tonight a word of thanks to all of you for continuing to support the Palo Alto TMA and its ability to provide completely subsidized free transit passes to service workers in downtown. It is having an impact. A few bits of data I'd love to share with you on retention downtown in my business. For the year 2022, service industry, according to the US labor statistics, was about 90% in businesses like Phil's. Our annual turnover level was 75%, 10% lower. Year to date, based on labor statistics information, it is trending over 90% in the service industry. That means that teams are having to be rehired almost completely every year. Phil's is proud to report at the 6-month mark to have 55% turnover. Those benefits of having a free transit pass really pays off, really makes businesses in downtown Palo Alto a destination for folks that want to work either part-time or full-time in our downtown businesses. So thank you very much for your continued support and have a great evening.
Our next speaker is Jessica Roth.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your time this evening. The December deadline for the closure of California Avenue is fast approaching. Council directed staff to try new configurations of the street and reach out to businesses that were adversely affected over 2 years ago, yet neither have been done. California Avenue businesses have asked for many of these things I'm about to list over the last 2 years. Here are a few things we are hoping they might be able to try between now and December. Add plants and trees and movable planters. The asphalt is very hot. Enforce safety rules and guidelines of street use by businesses. Designated bike paths. Bikes and pedestrians don't mix well. Better barriers to block cars. There has been way too many instances of people driving on the closure. Something done with the left-hand turn lane from El Camino. The street looks like it's under construction in its current state. Wayfinding signs that are not so temporary looking, maybe turf to help with the heat, collaboration with the rec department, collaboration with the garden club, landscaping maintenance on a regular basis, street cleaning. This has only been done one time in the last 3 years, and it wasn't even a thorough job. Try a partial closure Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays. Try a partial closure from Ash to Birch. Try a one-way with bike lanes on either end. True outreach. Walk the street to see how the closure has impacted each business, good or bad, not just a few question survey answered by a handful of people. Outreach to the businesses on University Avenue that had the street closed and then reopened. What has their business been like? Outreach to the businesses on the street adversely affected by the closure to see what might help intermediately. We personally have had to initiate all contact and follow up time after time. Outreach to Caltrain regarding how this may or may not affect ridership. Outreach to the adjoining neighborhoods and the streets where traffic is now directed. If you do decide to keep the street closed in December and make it pedestrian only, we will need to do major things to change it. We will need public restrooms, removal and replacement of the asphalt, protection from the elements, on a large scale for both sun and rain, new irrigation and landscaping, ADA accessibility, new plans for emergency access, redirection of bikes, and strategic planning on promoting the street for daytime use. These things do come with price tags. If we truly want this to be an inviting pedestrian community zone, what is the city prepared to invest? We have yet heard an amounts. Are all Palo Altans on board? A downtown can't survive on its immediate neighbors alone. It relies upon people coming from outside the district. I think the street is really nice at night
Thank
when
you
the
for your
weather
comment.
is.
Your time is up.
Thank you. I'll send this as well over in a email.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phoebe Mota Judges.
Good evening, council members. My name is Phoebe Mota Judges. I hope you are doing well. I'm here today as a representative of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. Last month, we all heard about the devastating wildfires in Maui, and there were also fires in Oregon, here in California, and many other parts of the world. Wildfires not only destroy habitats, but also contribute immense amounts of greenhouse gas emissions. In 2021, wildfires emitted around 1.8 billion tons of CO2. Wildfires are far from the only source of greenhouse gas emissions, though. The burning of natural gas is a major contributor to climate change, as well as being dangerous for respiratory health. A Stanford study in 2022 found that methane leaking from natural gas burning stoves inside U.S. homes has a climate impact comparable to the carbon dioxide emissions from about 500,000 gasoline-powered cars. With greenhouse gas emissions already rising to dangerous levels, this cannot be overlooked. Toxins released from gas-powered stoves have also been linked to numerous health issues. For these reasons, we urge the City Council to set a sunset date to end the flow of natural gas. A shutoff date will set a clear timeline for Palo Alto utilities and homeowners and speed up the necessary process of electrification. We urge you to provide staff with the necessary resources to determine this date and timeline so we ensure a smooth, stable transition. We hope you consider taking this next step for a healthier, safe, sustainable future. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Albert Lustre.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Alberto Lustre with the Northern California Carpenters Local 405. And I'm here to say it's great to see a new development come to the city of Palo Alto, but it'd be better to have a labor standards in the future for all projects in the city of Palo Alto. Those area standards included apprenticeship program, local hire, a livable wage, and healthcare, which is the most important thing, healthcare. Earning a livable wage ensures that construction workers, as myself, can afford rent in our city, able to support our families, provide all needs. Not living by check gives the construction workers the opportunity to provide higher education to their children, to promote a better future and the family. It's not just a dream. A livable wage prevents wage theft, tax fraud, and that happens more than often in the construction industry. Having a responsible general contractor provides healthcare, ensures that the construction workers, family, all are taken care and they're not a burden to the systems, since 80% of the construction workers depend on some government aid. Apprenticeship programs promote training, education for risk youth, minorities, women into a 4-year apprenticeship. For some of us, the only opportunity that we have to be successful. Now being able to earn a livable wage while getting trained, it makes a difference, being able to get the livable wage and be able to support families as we're getting education and learning a trade. Local hire promotes the quality of life and not just a dream. For some of us, we drive 2-3 hours a day, one way and 3 hours back just to make ends meet. Instead of spending time with our family and our kids and our community. I would like to ask the elected officials, does the city of Palo Alto has any ordinance, such as the HARTS ordinance in Berkeley, which promotes healthcare? Also, as the city of Palo Alto is going to adopt any area standards, which includes livable wage, apprenticeship, local hire, and healthcare. Thank you for your time.
Our final speaker is John St. Clair III. John, you should be able to unmute yourself and make your comments.
Okay, sorry about that. All right. Good evening, Miracle and City Council members. I'm John St. Clair. I am the Vice President at La Comida Senior Nutrition Program. Our mission is to provide lunches to the seniors Monday through Friday, nutritional lunches to the seniors. I want to thank the City Council and also Human Relations Commission for granting funding to the La Comida program. This money will help the food go quite a ways with the seniors. So once again, on behalf of La Comida Senior Nutritional Program, I say thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to conclude public comments and move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Are there any? Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to announce that I am putting on an event with a lot of co-sponsors called Young Minds Celebrated outside Mike's Diner Bar this Sunday. It starts at 4 with youth-facing organizations providing information on public service opportunities and mental health supports. That's for an hour. Then we have youth performances from youth ranging in age from 12 to 19 from 5:30 to 7. This has been planned for a couple of months. Of course, we all feared Mike's was going to get evicted, and it looks as if that is not happening. So for those who enjoy hearing what's on the minds of youth, we'll have youth presenting spoken word, performing music, and sharing sort of speeches or talks on issues they're passionate about. This is a way to support the youth in our community. It's free. Mike's Diner Bar, Sunday afternoon. Thanks.
Sounds like a great event. Thank you. Also, I have an announcement. There is an informal group of Chinese immigrants who reside in Palo Alto and would like to host an event in celebration of the Moon Festival, or it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, a traditional Chinese annual event. The group consists of more than 100 immigrant families, some who have lived here for 10 years and others who have recently moved here. The event organizer, Ms. Tan, is hoping that the event will increase communication, bridge the gaps that exist between old and new residents, and promote interaction between different generations. It's also an opportunity for residents to share their contact resources, knowledge of the city, and have face-to-face interactions. And so the vice mayor and I have approved $1,000 from the council contingency fund to support this event. If there's any disagreements, please let us know and we can have a discussion on it. It's $1,000. Are you all okay with it? Thank you. And with that, I think we conclude council comments, questions, and announcements and move to the consent agenda. I have a disclosure to make for the consent agenda for item number 9. My husband is actually a board member with the La Comida organization, but it is a volunteer position and he doesn't get paid for it. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, thank you. I would also like to disclose that my wife is a non-paid board member for Youth Community Services.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to, Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would ask that we pull item 9. And if we don't pull it, then I will vote no.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so no on 5. And I also want to pull number 9. If no one else pulls it, then I also vote no.
Councilmember Burt.
I would also support pulling item 9.
All right, we have 3 who are pulling item 9. Do you think it's an item that we can hear tonight?
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate council members that gave me a heads up that this might be a point for pulling. That has allowed staff to be prepared for it tonight, since we know that this is a somewhat time-sensitive item. That said, and we could speak to the logistics at the appropriate time, but I think that because we have also the HRC chair here for item 11, would suggest that this item be heard before item 11 so that members of the public that are planning on being here for item 10 are able to stay on schedule, and if we run late, then there may be the potential to defer item 11.
That sounds good to me. And so we'll move on now to taking the vote, please. Oh, we need a motion, please.
Also, we do have one request to speak on the consent, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Public comments on consent calendar items.
Our first speaker is Lynn Chiapila.
Hi, I was on the consent calendar as number 5 and disappeared. So my comments were about the trees following speaker number 2. I also had comments on that, which I will try to put in writing since I somehow disappeared from the consent calendar. Lynn Chiapilla, thank you.
Perhaps worth clarifying that comments on the consent calendar are appropriate now, so you can go ahead and make your comments.
She was on the public comment calendar. And then
I
her
was
name
on
came up.
public comments, not on this utilities. I just wanted to say I don't know how I disappeared or why, but I did. So are you waiting? Can I comment even so? Yes?
So
Or no?
you're going to speak on item that is not on the calendar, right, Miss?
I'm not
Paula?
on, no, it's not on the consent calendar. Yes. It's on the tree situation. 40 years ago, I was on the tree task force. And out of the 50 applicants, 40 came from South Palo Alto and only 3 were chosen, I being one of them. And there were many others more qualified than I for that. But what triggered this is that I recently heard that there were 37,000 street trees in Palo Alto now. At the time of the tree task force, we did the inventory, actually manually going out and counting volunteers, and there were 35,000 trees 40 years ago. So we haven't progressed very much. And it's very disturbing to me to see my street being denuded of trees year after year. So we've lost at least 4 or 5 trees on my street with no replacements of significance. And I've tried to talk to the street tree division about their plans on street tree planting in the Midtown area, meaning Midtown Commercial, and all of us who straddle that in the first block. I have not had any success, and I have asked that there be a some kind of inventory so that people can see what trees are planted where, residents that is, and if there were a list of what trees are going to be planted where in the coming fall, that would be very helpful for those of us who have been waiting for trees for many years. Of the 2 most recently planted trees, one is already dead and the second one was planted in a grove of bamboo where it is struggling mightily to survive. We've had 1 successful tree planting in the last 20 years on our street. It was an oak tree and it looks very healthy. But we've also had the removal of at least 4 to 5 trees in the process with no replacements. So I hope that the street tree division will be a little more forthcoming with residents about what their plans are. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes comments. Could I get a motion for the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Vice Mayor Stone, second by Councilmember Lithcott Hames. And you can go ahead and conduct the vote call when you're ready.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lethcott Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes,
Councilmember Tanaka, Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
motion carries.
thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no vote on 5?
Sure. So in general, I like the idea of what Go Green's trying to do. For those that know me, I pretty much bike everywhere because most of the carbon footprint in this area is actually people driving. And I've done a lot of things to my house to try to make it very eco-friendly. So I'm in general very in favor of the mission of what they're trying to do here. But when you look at the numbers, it's very disturbing. So this is 300K. Of that 300K, 140,000 will be for administrative cost. So there's a lot of programs out there, but I mean, only a little bit over 50% is actually going to be used to actually help people. Most of it is administrative overhead. And I think we could get a bigger bang for the buck doing other things, like maybe giving grants out for e-bikes, for instance. I think that would actually have a bigger bang for the buck. It just seems an excessive overhead for a program like this. And then the other thing that kind of disturbs me, even though this is kind of positioned as a loan, it's unsecured. So that's the other thing that kind of I don't quite get. So anyways, I think the right idea, but it's not, I don't think it's conceived very well.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. All right, now we'll move to city manager comments. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Could I ask the city clerk to bring up a few slides? Thank you. Next slide, please. First off, some time-sensitive news. Just want to ensure community members are aware that we received official word today that the County of Santa Clara Victor Controlled District will be doing their what they refer to as adult mosquito treatment, essentially fogging, using truck-based equipment in areas of South Palo Alto. I know this map is difficult to read, so there is a link on our cityofpaloalto.org/news page that can allow people to zoom in, but essentially it is on the north end, Page Mill Road, and I believe it's the extension of Colorado, to Lewis Road on the east end, to getting confused here. San Antonio, I believe, on the south end and south edge of town, and the VA on the western portion. So again, information available more specifically than that, but this is anticipated treatment to occur this Thursday overnight, starting at 10 p.m. These are areas of both Palo Alto and Mountain View. And we, for awareness, we're sharing this information through a variety of communication channels. Next slide, please. Also want to note that this week, the Mitchell Park Teen Center will be opening after school. Current scheduled hours will be 3 to 5:30 p.m. Tuesday through Thursday, with plans to open for all weekdays later this year. For those who haven't visited the center, it is a great place to visit, hang out, and connect with others. And again, we'll be starting tomorrow, September 12th. I know this has been eagerly anticipated by council and other community members. Next slide, please. Also want to note that September is National Preparedness Month, preparedness for all kinds of events, whether natural or otherwise. And as such, we have a news update, again, here at cityofpaloalto.org/news, that provides a variety of related topics. Good reminder for us, as much as anything, an annual opportunity for us to check on our preparedness, both as individuals, as families, and as community members. So please check out our community update for additional information and references to other agencies and resources. Next slide, please. Also, just want to note, not a particularly seasonal note, but nonetheless, a reminder for community members that we are hiring. The city of Palo Alto is continuously looking for members of the community to join our team. And here you see listed just a few of the current recruitments that are ongoing. We do post general updates and positions of likely interest every week in our city's Uplift Local newsletter. And so you can look to that in your email inbox, but also find information on the city's website, definitely on our homepage, as well as cityofpaloalto.org/careers. Certainly want to encourage local residents to explore these positions and join our team of public service. Next slide, please. Then just want to end with a preview of a few upcoming city council items. First, starting, actually not noted here, but starting with tomorrow, city council will continue your deliberations and discussion of the 340 Portage and Park Boulevard property, as well as do a closed session council appointee evaluation. So that will be happening tomorrow, September 12th. But then moving forward from there, September 18th, next Monday, you have a couple of planning items, a proposed priority development area on San Antonio, as well as follow up on the Ellsworth Place development application, as well as a utilities natural gas pricing strategy, which is a recommendation from the Finance Committee. Then recognizing holidays later this month, your next meeting will be on October 2nd. You have a pre-screening as well as follow-up zoning requirements related to residential electrification. Then following Indigenous Peoples Holiday, the following Monday, your next meeting will be on October 16th. And at that meeting, we're anticipating a follow-up discussion on Cubberley site options, as well as revisions to the Stanford University Medical Center Development Agreement. And that completes my comments. Back to you, Mayor Koo.
Thank you. So we're going to be taking a break, and council members, the multi-faith peace rally outside has invited us to stop in. So we will take 15 minutes break and join them for a bit. Thank you. council meeting. And hello. All right, we're going to go on to our study session, which is the pre-screening for a proposed rezoning of 3265 El Camino Real to planned home zone. I'll hand it to staff.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Emily Callis is going to present this item for you this evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emily Callis, and I'm the project planner for this pre-screening. Next slide, please. As council is aware, this is an overview of the pre-screening process. A pre-screening is required for legislative changes prior to the submittal of a formal application. Pre-screenings are intended to solicit early feedback on proposed projects, but do not result in any formal action, and therefore the council members should refrain from forming firm opinions supporting or opposing the project, as it will return to you at a later date. Next, please. The proposed project at 3265 El Camino Real would rezone the property from CS, commercial service zoning, to planned home zoning, PHZ, in order to allow for 44 residential units in a single structure on a currently vacant property with 24 studio units and 21 bedroom units. Per the PHZ requirements, the net increase there is a net increase in housing proposed, as no jobs will be generated, as there's no commercial uses proposed as a part of this project. And it would be 100% below market rate units, 20% of which would be dedicated to low income and 80% to moderate income. Next slide. This slide shows proposed floor plans for the building. It includes parking at grade with stackers, 22 parking spaces located in the stackers, 44 bike spaces, and 10 shared scooter spaces. The 44 units would be located across floors 2 through 4 or 2 through 5, and then there is a rooftop garden, which the 1,750 square feet would provide the primary usable open space for the project. Next slide, please. This shows conceptual elevations, including the proposed height, which is 58 feet 5 inches tall. It also shows the, it also shows the proposed roof deck and the garage entrance, which would be off of El Camino Real. Go ahead. The key considerations for this project is that it would be 100% below market rate, including 20% of the units restricted at 80% of area median income. This property is within the draft NV North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan boundaries. There is a protected valley oak proposed for removal. However, the drip line does exceed 25% of the buildable area, which would allow it to be removed per the urban forestry standards. And this project would also deviate from other development standards, which is the basis for requesting the PHZ. It exceeds the allowable floor area and lot coverage for both the CS and the affordable housing AH zoning. Many of the units do not have private open space, and the height limit is greater than the 50-foot typically allowable height limit. Next slide, please. Additionally, the proposed project does not meet all of the objective design standards for multifamily development, such as the contextual height step backs for buildings that are more than 20 feet taller than the adjacent buildings. It also proposes 0.5 parking spaces per unit, where typically 1 parking space per unit would be required, but it does meet the requirements for bicycle parking. And lastly, the garage entry is 14 feet wide, where 20 feet wide is typically required. Next slide, please. And staff recommends that council conducts the pre-screening to provide informal comments on this project. Comments provided during the pre-screening are not binding on the city or the applicant. Next slide.
Does the applicant have?
Yes, the
person.
applicant, Jason Matloff, is present and has a presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jason Matloff. I've been a member, I'm sorry, I've lived in Palo Alto for over 30 years. I'm also a developer with a small firm called Half Dome Capital. My wife and I raised 3 kids here. They actually were born here as well. All of them went through the great Palo Alto public school system that we have. And during that process, during the years while they were in school, we learned firsthand from the teachers of their challenges trying to find affordable housing in the area. And when they couldn't, the challenge associated to the long commutes that they had. So in light of that, I'm excited to share with you finally, after many years of trying here, the details about an 100% affordable housing project that will be prioritized for members, the teacher members of the Palo Alto Teachers Union, the PAEA, as well as members of the Classified School Employees Union, the CSEA, many of which are here tonight. So we've been searching for years, for several years, since this PHZ process was created about 3 years ago, to find an available parcel that was for sale and could be purchased at a reasonable price that met the requirements, the site requirements for this PHZ process in terms of location and otherwise in zoning. While at the same time, the site needing to be able to deliver on the substantial community benefits that the city requires in exchange for the upzoning that is needed to build a housing development like this. So we believe strongly that we found that with this site that we've purchased at 3265 El Camino Real. So let's talk about those benefits. Could you forward the slide, please? So at the top of the list is the fact that we're going to deliver 44 affordable units that will help the city meet its state mandates around RENA requirements, as well as meet the city's commitments in its comp plan. It is also was a high priority from the beginning, given the prior PHZ reviews that have occurred, to ensure that we're far away from any residentially zoned lots nearby, just to reduce contentiousness. So this lot is uniquely situated 500 to 600 feet, depending on the direction you look, to the closest residentially zoned parcel. So we really believe that it's optimal in terms of minimizing conflict with local residents. During this process, we also learned that 87% of the PAWS teachers live and commute from out of town. So nearly every unit that we leased to school district employees will reduce our poor jobs to jobs to employed resident ratio, which is, you probably know, is one of the worst in the region. It's well over 3 to 1. It will also get teachers and PAWS staff out of their cars and off our highways and roads and house them nearby the schools where they work, which will reduce traffic, reduce parking congestion, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and provide other benefits. Providing affordable housing for teachers not only strengthens the district's ability to recruit and retain teachers, but will also allow teachers to stay after school and attend more sporting events and club activities and other events that they currently can't do because many of them are commuting to faraway homes. And this lot is also a very transit-friendly lot, given that it's located right on our primary bus route, the VTA 22, that cuts right down the El Camino Real, which will allow PAWS employees that are tenants in the building to easily walk, bike, and take bus transit to the nearly 40% of the district schools that are in the same corridor around El Camino Real, and I have a map on that. It's also located less than a mile walk or bike ride to downtown, the California Ave area, where you have Molly Stone's, you have the California Ave train station and numerous restaurants and retail outlets in the area. And as a bonus, this site is going to be developed without requiring or asking for a single dollar in public funds. Next slide, please. So one of the big things, thank you. One of the big things from early on we heard was through the PHC process, the prior submissions was the residential opposition to local development. So this site is, as we mentioned, is very far away. As you can see in this map with the black rectangle in the middle, 600 feet or a full block away from the cannery and the former Fry's site, which is RM30 zoned, more than 500 feet and a full block away from the residential homes on Fernando Avenue. So it's a long way away from residentially zoned areas, which hopefully will minimize opposition. Next slide, please. As I mentioned during the introduction, oh, thank you, that's good, thanks. This lot is also located right along the VTA Route 52. You can see it's the red box titled The Academy, which is the name of the project. The VTA 22 runs right along the El Camino Real and runs at 15-minute intervals during rush hour. And there's a stop right on our block, which is obviously convenient. And it rides, you can see the little circles, it stops every few blocks all the way from downtown all the way to San Antonio, which means the paused employees that live at our project will be able to hop on a bus and be within a half-a-mile walking distance or bike ride to 5 district schools and the district office, or within 2/3 of a mile to walk or bike to 7 district schools and the district office. We're also going to provide ample bike storage and shared electric scooters for tenants. And we're aware of a city effort to work with shared car companies like Zipcar to try to increase the density of rented cars available in this area, given the growth in affordable housing projects in the area with tenants that might be less likely to have personally owned cars. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that summarizes a lot of detail about the project. I'm going to leave it to our architect, Isaiah Stackhouse, to go into this. I just want to commit the one important thing here, which is that we will have a deed restriction on this project, on the title, for 100% affordability, as Emily mentioned, 20% at low income and 80% at moderate income. So with that, I'm going to introduce Isaiah from Trachtenberg Associates to go over the details.
Good evening. Nice to be here with you all tonight. Thanks for the introduction, Jason. So for over 20 years now, we've been focusing on multifamily housing, and we've done over the 2 decades, I think close to 100 projects throughout the Bay Area. But I have to say it's a real privilege to be involved in this project. Well, most of the projects we work on are state density bonus affordable housing projects these days. They're typically 5 to 10% affordable. And so to be able to contribute to a project that's 100% affordable is very rare and very rewarding. We're very happy to be here tonight to talk about it. Next slide. Yeah, one more slide. Great. So this is just, again, we're located on the commercial transit corridor, over 500 feet from residential zoning. Next slide. Here's the existing site plan. It's a great flat site. However, it has a very narrow existing sidewalk. The pedestrian experience is very important to the project and the office. Next slide. So we've set the whole building back from 4 additional feet to create a wide sidewalk, a great pedestrian experience. Just quickly through the site plan, there's a welcoming lobby at the front of the building, a driveway to 22 cars in a very compact, efficient, maximized lift system. There are 44 bikes and 10 scooter parking spots. Next slide. This is a typical residential level plan. It's a mix of studios and 1-bedrooms. These are all very generous units, very furnishable. We show furniture. They will have large windows, light-filled spaces. And we've added, you'll see in the elevations, Juliet balconies to really enhance the feeling of openness for these units. Next slide. Here is a roof deck plan. We're proposing a 1,750 square foot rooftop deck. This not only creates space to relax and be outdoors, it also creates a real gathering place, place to engender a sense of community for the building, for residents to gather together. In total, the project is providing 2,674 square feet of open space between the roof deck and private balconies. That's 61 square feet per unit, which is 20% beyond the requirement. Next slide. This is just details of the very compact and efficient parking machines. Happy to answer questions later about any of that. Next slide. Here are the elevations. We're proposing a palette of rich, earthy materials, very active facade with a welcoming lobby, bay windows, a roof deck that's visible from the street. Next slide. and side elevations with the Juliet balconies and again, the rooftop deck. Next slide. Here's a rendering view looking from the southeast with the ground level entries, shapely bay windows to create shadows, Juliet balconies. Next slide. And a view from the southwest. Again, a rich material palette of integral color plaster, aluminum windows, and warm accent materials. And our next slide, our final slide here, is a close-up detail. Again, trying to create a welcoming lobby, a widened sidewalk with landscaping and room for trees, shadow play with bay windows, and we're proposing a carefully detailed, well-crafted building that's designed to stand the test of time. Thank you.
So staff, that's it, right? Thank you. All right, we'll come back to council for questions, comments. You can do everything now. Yeah. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to say that this is an exciting proposal to have a privately funded affordable housing project. And I'm really pleased too that classified workers in the school district are being included. They're typically lower yet income from teachers. And I don't know what portion of our teacher workforce would qualify on an income basis, but by extending this to the classified workers, I'm sure there's a lot more demand than there would be supply. One thing is I would encourage the applicant to maybe survey teacher and classified worker candidate groups who I heard spots for 10 scooters. I suspect that there'll be greater interest in e-bikes than there will be e-scooters, but open to hearing what your prospective clients would really look at. And then, if I may, can I ask a couple questions of the applicant?
Yes.
Yes. So first, how would that narrow driveway work? It looks like it's only for one direction. Is that correct at a time? Is that somehow controlled by the automation?
Yeah, that is correct. And that's typical with small garages like that in our experience. It varies from city to city, but with 22 cars, spread out over 3 hours, that's, one car going in and out, every 5 or 10 minutes. So that's quite typical with driveways that small.
So is there some way that it warns an incoming car if an outgoing one's coming so they don't hit?
Yeah, and there it narrows at the front really just to have a feasible lobby and to get the exiting to work, but it quite quickly widens out to 24 feet where cars can easily pass. It's a very short span where it is narrow, and then it quickly widens up.
Okay, I haven't seen those for that narrow of an entrance for this large of a lot, so I'll be interested in that. And then lastly, Mr. Matlock mentioned prospect of a shared car approach like a zip car. And I think the greatest concern for this project, in my mind, the other exceptions are, I think, generally things that I would be able to support. But on the parking, I think despite its great adjacency to transit of the VTA lines, Caltrain, and bike routes, although we don't have an east-west bike route readily available that would enable teachers to get across the tracks in Alma into the Midtown area and things. And I'm hoping we'll move in that direction. But despite all those advantages, I'm still concerned that there will be car ownership, even if the car use is certainly way diminished. And less car ownership than we might otherwise anticipate. But I don't know that we're going to have half these teachers or classified workers who don't own cars. And that's why I was intrigued by the shared car or the zip car approach. So can you speak to that? My understanding is that first, those companies require essentially a minimum uptake. And so there has to be like a minimum pay amount. And then second, really, your thoughts on where such a program would be. I take it it wouldn't be in your garage, but perhaps serving that NVCAP area that we're having all this development in?
Feel that one?
I would just say that, well, certainly it wouldn't be in our garage because as you know, we have limited space in the garage. But the hope would be able to use, their model is to either park on streets or to park in public garages. So the hope is that maybe there's a way we can, given the density of affordable housing that's being developed in that area, right, with 231 Grant, the Catholic Charities, I forget the address, but it's just a block north of us. And then our project, that we could maybe partner with the city on some lesser utilized lots that could be used by a shared car company, is the hope.
Well, given the item that we have tomorrow night on the Sobrato agreement, there might really be some opportunities to have a wide range of resident facilities and even businesses who could all support the same shared car program, even if it is something that the city were to look at helping subsidize. I'm really of the belief that that's a direction that we should be having as we're having more limitations on parking, and not to mention in really admirable projects where parking like this, where parking drives the costs. I think it's something that we really want to pursue, that frankly, those companies were almost put out of business by over-subsidized Uber and Lyft rides that are no longer subsidized. And they seem to be having a resurgence now where people would say, okay, this is a great option. And I've heard that they're moving into EVs in a really aggressive way. So I just want to say I really encourage us pursuing those opportunities at different locations in the city. Thank you.
Just to add to that, I mean, we've really seen over a couple of decades a tremendous shift, and there's so many more modes of transportation. Uber and Lyft weren't a thing 20 years ago when we were building housing projects. And so more and more, we're seeing throughout the Bay Area, fewer and fewer cars, per unit. We have affordable projects in similar sort of transit locations that have 0 cars these days. But the one other thing I would add is, here it's a small site, and we're trying to provide as much housing, and affordable housing, and there's no easy option to provide 44 cars. And so it's sort of a decision of, if we can provide 44 or 22 cars, do we not provide those additional units that could be housing people and housing them
Got it.
affordably?
And I should have mentioned that we have our Palo Alto on-call rideshare program. So that's an advantage. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, just want to compliment Mr. Matloff for bringing this project forward, really working with the city through our process and really creating a project that's compatible for the neighborhood and serves a true public benefit. For most of this project, I don't have many concerns. I think it's in a good location, compatible, as I said. There's a lot to celebrate here. I have really kind of 2 areas of concern. So first question, and then through the chair, if I can ask questions of the applicant.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Regarding the parking, back to that, and the stackers, it looks like it's 3 levels of stackers. Can you give us an estimate how fast are these stackers? If somebody comes down there, clicks the button to get their car, how long until they're in the car and out the garage?
Oh, They're quite quick, especially with a small system like this. So it's probably on the order of a minute. It would vary depending on which company installs them. The other thing to make very clear is that these are really for the last, I would say, 15 to 20 years, we've been using puzzle type systems that allow any person to get any card anytime. So that, back 25 years ago, there were systems where, you had to get your neighbor to move their car before you could get yours. It's nothing like that. These are all sort of independently accessed, very convenient. And I would say of our projects that do provide parking, virtually all of them have parking lifts in them now.
And can multiple people get their car at the same time, or is it just kind of one at a time?
It would be one at a time. If two people went down at the same time, they would take turns, but they would be in and out within a minute or two.
Yeah, and I think just kind of the nature of the targeted work group for this project just gives me more concern for this project than most other projects that might utilize stackers. And given this project is intended at least for PAUSD teachers, it's not located near any school that is walking distance or very good bike boulevard. And again, I think this residential project is just different than others where people in a kind of a regular apartment complex have different jobs, might work from home. They're going to come down and collect their cars at different times in the morning. Whereas within PAUSD, most teachers are starting within the same about 30-minute time frame, depending on the school. And so I think we're going to see a lot of people at the same time entering this garage, trying to collect their car and leaving. And so I'm concerned about just the kind of the resident experience there and possible safety issues as well that's associated with that. And then on the affordability piece, do you have an estimate for us now what you intend to charge in rent for the studios and one-bedroom apartments?
So it all just reflects, it's a formulaic thing from the state HCD income brackets, but I have that written down. So the low income, there's 4 different types, right? There's low income and moderate income, and there's studios and one bedrooms. So for the low income studios, they'd be 2,200 according, again, this is all just formulaic. The low income one bedrooms would be 2,500, and I'm ballparking because it depends on exactly how much money is set aside for utilities. And then the moderate income studios, now this is what the state's level would be, is $3,600 and $4,100. But as I said, and interestingly, someone, one of the comments was sent in quoting me in my own email. We need to address those. I'm not sure that that's exactly where we'll come out, but that's what the state's levels of income of affordable rent would be according to their formula. So again, I'm just following the low income and moderate income. You do 30% minus the utilities allowance, and that's just the formula. So.
Yeah, and I saw on an email that you, an exchange that you had, that you were hoping that moderate income would be closer to 3,000 to 3,500.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Great.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, I guess, just, I mean, regarding the affordability piece, and I completely appreciate and empathize that you are working within kind of your own margins in order to achieve some level of profitability to make this actually pencil out and to drive those prices down. So I think these comments are really more focused on just setting expectations for the community, because we throw out this term affordable quite a bit when it might not be as affordable as we hope. So I mean, looking at that, if we're looking at 80% of the anticipated rents being between $3,000 and $3,500 for studio and one bedroom, for teachers early in their career earning an entry level salary of $76,488, they can afford, and this is based off their 30% of their monthly income standard, a place at only $1,712 a month. So in order for a teacher to afford a $3,000 unit and not pay more than 30% of their monthly income, which is considered rent burdened. Let's say a teacher would need to make about $120,000 a year in order to be able to do that. Now, unfortunately, this is an area where I know quite well. Teacher salaries are based off of years of service and how many post-college units they have. So in Palo Alto, that means that a single income teacher with 30 units is going to need to be in their 20th year in the district in order to afford those rents. Or if they happen to be maxed out on their units at 90 units, they're going to have to be teaching for 7 years. So I think these rents are going to be really affordable for those teachers who are at the top of that salary schedule, around 150,000, who's really going to be able to afford these type of rents. And so, my concern is that teachers that are deep in their career are likely either already settled in a home, they have families, they're not well suited for a studio and a one-bedroom apartment, especially when considering some under parking issues and just kind of some general lack of amenities. So, again, don't get me wrong, I think this housing is desperately needed. It's supporting a demographic of workers our city relies on for our success. We always hear one of the main reasons why people move to Palo Alto are our incredible schools. I've had the pleasure of both attending the schools and working at the schools in Palo Alto, and I can tell you the reason why our schools are so great are the teachers, many of them in the room today. I think they've earned the right to live in the community that they teach if they so choose. I'm just worried that these rents are going to be prohibitively expensive for a majority of those teachers. And so, again, hope the project moves forward. Just kind of want to set realistic expectations. I think it would be helpful to, I know a lot of PAEA shirts I see in the room. I think it'd be helpful to be able to see a survey of teachers in the district who would be able to afford these rents, willing to afford these rents, and trying to address issues of car ownership and parking as well. So so again, appreciate the project being brought forward, looking forward to it continuing. Those are just some of my concerns.
Could I respond just real quickly to your comments around the rent? Thank you.
Yes.
So point is well taken, but let me just provide some actual data. So the two things, first is this is the actual salary schedule for POSD employees. The first year salary for first year teachers with no master's degree is $71,500. 30%, the formula for 30% of the income comes out to be $75,000 annually. So the low income range is from $62,450 to $96,000. So, these are ranges. So the starting teacher will be within $4,000, actually within $3,500 of the low income studios, as well as a one bedroom if they have a roommate or a partner. And that's the other piece of this. So it's very important to understand, first of all, the actual numbers from the PAEA, or I'm sorry, POSD. By the way, the pay scale goes all the way up to 144,000.
Would you mind just reiterating those numbers a little slower?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. I think it's important that we do talk about this. And maybe Terry Baldwin, who's the president of the PAA, she's going to speak later. She can speak to this now or then. But the starting salary is $71,500. It's actually $71,484. That's without a master's degree. With a master's degree adds another almost $3,000. So the rents that are the low income rents of roughly $2,200 are, when you do the formula in reverse, equivalent to a $75,000 salary. So and that's at 30%. So in the range for the county for low income starts all the way down to 62,000. So 62,000 and 96,000 is the range. We're well at 75,000. We're actually below the midpoint of that range. So these are wide ranges that the state and the county provides. So that would be my first comment. The second comment is, people make these type of comments all the time. I'd love to be able to have a profitable for-profit development that's all ultra low income, but unfortunately it doesn't pencil out. Right? That's just, we're trying to squeeze as much as we can into this project. As you know, the city's requirements, the council's requirements for a PHC proposal is 20%. We're providing 100%. So We're trying. This is for profit. We're not taking a dime of public funds. We're not taking a dime of charitable contributions. We're trying to set a precedent here where a for-profit developer can develop a affordable project that's below market for members of our community. So, you know, it's not 100% affordable. It's, I mean, sorry, not 100% low income. It's not going there. All the units are not going to serve first-year teachers, but there's many different ways to get into this as a teacher. The other part of it is the one bedrooms, and this is consistent with the state guidelines, are calculated assuming partners, meaning two people, two income households in a one bedroom. And obviously that the income goes way up potentially with that type of configuration. That's how they get to affordable housing, I'm sorry, moderate income housing that is in the range of the numbers that we talked about. So anyway, I hear your point. This is the reality of a for-profit development. So I'd like to see if we can make it work. Thank you.
All right, we have Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. I want to thank both staff and thank you for the presentation tonight. And thanks to all of you for collaborating in this creative way. I mean, to PAEA and CSEA and Half Dome Capital. I mean, it's truly remarkable to see. And we're going to need creativity of this type to address the housing crisis we face. And I truly hope you do set that precedent that you're out to see for-profit builders be able to do projects, affordable housing projects like this. So thank you. And I'll also just preface it by saying that both of my parents were school teachers early in their career, and what you've said and Vice Mayor Stone said about being part of the community in which you teach is just such a valuable thing if we can do that. It's good for the community, it's good for the students, it's good for the teachers. And I know my parents really valued that greatly. But you know, today's teachers face a very difficult situation with housing costs. And in this community, our expectations are high and our housing costs are high. So I'm very eager to hear from perhaps Ms. Baldwin and others here about the affordability to underscore what the points you made. I do have just a couple of sort of logistic type questions following up on the parking theme here. And by the way, I'm very interested in the potential of a shared car program that Councilmember Burt lifted up. But in the absence of that, could you just describe who gets these spaces? If let's just say, you know, I mean, I hear what you're saying that you have less and less car owners that tend to live in these units and such, but assuming you have more tenants than spaces, how do you work that out?
So it's basic supply and demand. The assumption is that there will be, given everything we said and what we're targeting, is that there will be some tenants that won't have personally owned cars, given the reasons that we talked about. And so we're going to rely on supply and demand. There's going to be a $100 to $200 charge per month for a parking spot in the stackers, as Isaiah mentioned. And those who don't have a car or need a car won't buy one or won't rent one, and those that do will. We do this, as Isaiah said, all over the Bay. Parking is well under 1-to-1. In some cases, it's 0 now in heavily dense transit corridors. But I have buildings in San Francisco that are also under parked, meaning less than 1-to-1 parked. And this is the way we do it. And it works. There's lots of younger generation kids. I mean, we're all from a different generation than the young folk these days. And there's not, I can tell you my buildings have 0 vacancy right now. And we have 0 parking in one of my buildings and about 60% parking in another one. And it's just supply and demand. So.
Yeah, because I understand that it's likely to be less than 1-to-1, but there's also the 0.75 marker, I think, for some affordable units, and this you're at 0.5. So, but I assume being in collaboration with PAEA and CSEA, you've discussed this with some of the teachers and have a good feel that this would be sufficient.
I mean, we've been working together. I think Terry and I have been working together for almost 3 years. I think pre-COVID. Sadly, that's how long it's taken to get to this point. I hope it doesn't take another 3 years. But yeah, I mean, this exact same presentation I've gone over with first Terry, and then Meb and I met, I don't know, 6 to 9 months ago from the CSEA. So yes, but they can speak for themselves. They will be speaking later, unless you want them to speak now.
It's up to Mayor. I'm happy to wait. But do you prefer it now? We're going to wait. And Madam Mayor, I should have asked you before addressing him. I do have one other small question for you. So the project, I think, is 8.5 feet higher than the 50-foot limit, which is 4 feet higher than the NV cap recommendation. But I believe somewhere I read that that was really just a parapet. Is that right? And if so, could you describe that for me? Because I couldn't figure out on the drawings what that was.
Yes, I'm so happy you asked that question. The rooftop is 55 feet. The parapet is 58.5 feet.
Okay. And I'm sorry.
It's in the drawings. It's very small. I apologize.
That's okay.
But
I just,
yes.
it's hard to see, but
The rooftop deck is 55 feet.
okay. It's like one, I think, is an elevator shaft and the other, okay.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out later.
Yeah, so the roof, and then there's a 3.5-foot parapet wall.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I will associate a lot of my initial set of comments with the vice mayor's. As a renter and a teacher, I think he's an authority on this, so appreciate his comments, as well as the comments of my colleagues on parking, because it is parking light, and totally respect what you're doing there. But there is risk of spillover in the neighborhood, so all these ideas to find other places for folks that need it are things that I know you're going to look at. This is a fully affordable project. It's exactly what we're looking for, if not more, for a PHC, because you not only fulfill the 20%, but you go beyond that, even though you get pretty close to market rate on the rents, perhaps. You're giving us a full housing, no office, no retail. That's okay in this case. And the point on this zoning is to have a discussion of certain concessions that you need to make it work. I'll reiterate for you, it also doesn't require any city money. For that, we're grateful. So I think it's in the right direction. We already talked about the parking issues. I would like to drill down a little bit more on how you're going to target and then verify your tenants, and not in any detail, but this is intended for teachers. Whether or not it still qualifies very well under the PHC. But since your target is teachers, when you open up, if there's a line at the door and that fills up half of them, then what happens? At what point do you say, well, it didn't quite work. I got to go out beyond that to non-teachers. And then I presume you're going to be verifying incomes as things go along. So just comment briefly on that. You don't need to drill down on it, but just if your goal is teachers, ours is affordable housing, but if your goals is teachers, which we agree is a big need, then how are you going to target those and make sure that that's sort of how it turns out? Because that's your vision.
Right. Can I address that, Mayor? I think it's super important to have full discussion and disclosure on this issue that Vice Mayor Stone brought up. I want to point out, and I think it's important to point out, that the city has spent millions of dollars for the county's project at 231 Grant Avenue. That project has income levels going up to 140% of area median income. Their range is from 60% to 140%. So, that's a fully publicly funded project that this city has spent millions of dollars on. And it's not significantly different than the profile that we're. In fact, we're capped at 120. So I'd like to make sure that that is in context. This city has spent millions of dollars on that project that has higher income levels only for teachers. So for context, getting back to your question, Council Member Lowing. So again, we're working with the two unions, the CSEA and the PAEA. The agreement that we have, which is pretty lightweight, but it's in the spirit of it, is that they will maintain a list of interested applicants from their communities. We have prioritized the teacher union first because we had a relationship much before the classified workers union. What will happen is every time we get a vacancy, we will send them a notification of a vacancy, the particulars on the unit. They will send us qualified applicants who will apply through an application process to do income verification and qualification. And then, we'll go from the top of their list, which they will maintain in priority. And then, of course, we'll be subject to, I'm assuming, an annual audit like other affordable below market rate units are that are deed restricted with the city. Does that answer your
Great.
question?
Yep, very well.
Okay.
Thank you. And very briefly. So in general, I'm encouraged by the project. You'll listen to what we said on some of these other things. I'm not troubled by a little bit of height from a tower or a little bit less open space, given the whole objective for what the PHZ is and the 100% affordable. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to join my colleagues in praising you for putting a project like this together. This is precisely what we need more of in our city and in this region. So Mr. Matloff and Mr. Stackhouse, thank you for putting this together. And also Ms. Callis, thank you for your work on this. I think we just want to be sure it's going to serve the teachers. Like my colleagues, I was delighted to see CSEA included. For those who don't know, these are the educators who are not at the level of teacher, but are providing essential support and doing essential work in our public schools. So I was thrilled to see you include that union for eligibility as well. It seems that the rents predicted portend that those who will live there, as Vice Mayor has indicated, they will be more advanced in their career if they're going to be able to afford the projected rents. And yet the units being studios and one bedrooms would suggest that we contemplate people who don't yet have families, or certainly some portion of them just being younger, don't yet have a kid, don't yet need that 2-bedroom, certainly don't have 2 kids. And so I'm trying to square what we imagine the rents are going to be with, for a studio and a 1-bedroom, with who's likely to feel comfortable in a studio and 1-bedroom. It feels to me that those early in their career would be more comfortable in those smaller spaces and yet not able to afford it, given the salary chart we've all seen. I asked you to redo the math because I was trying to do the math in my head. So let me just tell you where I got for those entry level. Let's not even say, what does a 10-step person mean, Mr. Vice Mayor? Someone 10 steps down? 10th year. Okay, so a teacher in their 10th year is earning $93,311. 30% of that is $27,993. Divide by 12 for a monthly rent, you get $2,332. So somebody in their 10th year of teaching could afford not a 1-bedroom. If they're low income, they couldn't afford the 1-bedroom, they could afford the studio. That's 10 years into teaching. I think if we're going to attract and retain teachers in this city, we've got to make it possible for them to live here when they're starting out. And I know that's in your heart, what you want to make happen with your gratitude for the Palo Alto teachers who have taught your family. I'm just worried that we haven't yet hit on a metric that's going to attract the people we're trying to attract and retain. It may be that my math is wrong. So if I may ask the mayor, may I address the applicant, ask the applicant to respond? Sure. Help us understand who you think can afford to live in this marvelous place that you have designed.
I just want to say, if it helps that Terry speaks on this, Mr. Matloff, is Ms. Baldwin does she have the answers to those questions? So if it does help, since this question has come back over and over again, perhaps Ms. Baldwin, you can help with answering this question for us? The affordability factor, right?
So, can I just make one? Yeah. So just to be clear, so the way that this is getting into the weeds, and the planning staff can support me on this. So The 30% is a target to a range of salary, right? And so the ranges are huge. They go from 62,000 to 96,000 for low income. So you come up with a rent that is at the top of the range. That's just the way it works. And everybody within that range pays that rent. That's the way the process works. So not everybody is exactly at 30%. There are people that are at 30, there's people that are at, I don't know what the math is, but you can, in your head, understand that because there's a range, right, not everybody's at 30%. There's a wide range of applicability. You just can't be above the 30%. So I mentioned $75,000 was or $72,000 was the starting teacher salary. So a starting teacher might spend 35% or 38%. I don't know what, I can do the math on my phone, but it will be above 30% at 75,000. And I think, as your math said, at 92,000, they'd be at the 32%, and the top of the range is 96%. That's just the way that the affordable rents are established relative to the income bands that are established for each county by the state HCD. So hopefully it's clear there's a wide range and a target of 30% for the entire range. And anybody who falls in that income bracket is going to pay the same rent, right? You don't have a rent for every single dollar within a $60,000 range or a $35,000 range. Does that make sense? So there's one rent for a very wide range. $2,200 is the low income rent for a studio, $2,500. And again, this is rough, within $100 or within $50 probably, for this one bedroom. And that's obviously below market for people who know, new construction in Palo Alto. It's well below market. So hopefully that answers your question. And I'll let Terry speak to the specifics. That's the calculations, though.
Thank you. And also I wanted to mention, Mr. Malov, Jason did say that he was looking at options to try to keep that down as well. If anyone wants to live in this area, it's well over the prices that the rent that he's quoting. It's still very high. We understand that. Not everybody comes in at no units and on the first level. And we do have many teachers who, like myself, don't have children and are single. And, I live in 600 square feet. So this wouldn't be outside of the realm for something I would actually myself live in if given the opportunity. So we do have other teachers that can afford some of these rents more than our younger ones. And this is just a first project. As we said, this is to get in there. We're not gonna, with 44 units, help every single teacher out there. We have over 800 teachers. So it's really to try to help the ones that we can right now, and hopefully more projects will come forward. So that's hopefully helpful.
Thank you. All right. Do you have more questions, Councilmember?
I just had a couple more, if I
Please
may.
go
Thank
ahead.
you so much. It has been raised, I think, by my colleague, Councilmember Lowing, and also I know this is on Councilmember Burt's mind. So with a nod to both of them, this potential that we won't fill the 44 units with teachers. I suppose it's possible. And so we want to begin thinking about who next, and wonder if you would be interested in the possibility of city employees or people who work in the city, even more broadly, as a next tier of eligibility, if there are no teachers available to and interested in taking the spot. So that's an idea to throw out there that I think has been articulated by others as well. I do not have parking concerns. I think your numbers, your predictions based on other properties are compelling. And given that these are going to be teachers who often are going to be working at the same schools. I think carpooling is going to be more likely for this population than in the average apartment unit, building. And to the vice mayor's concern, the notion of all the teachers leaving at the same time every day is a huge concern. So that the mechanism for people getting their cars out, hope we can achieve greater comfort around there not being a traffic jam in the morning, just trying to get to work, just getting the cars out. And that's it for me, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank members of the public for coming out, but also for the developer putting this together. I mean, I think you build what's equivalent to the anti-gravity machine of housing. So kudos to you on this, because it's incredibly challenging, and to do it as a for-profit entity is pretty amazing. So I guess the first thing is, one thought is, I know this is for Palo Alto Unified School District teachers, and I think that's great. But I, for one, would love to see, maybe for any Palo Alto teacher, right, whether it's public school or private school, I think we want, a lot of people, including my own family, came here for the amazing education opportunities in our community. And I think attracting and having this as like a perk for teachers, especially young teachers, to come to our community, I think is a great thing. So I for one, would love to see this open to any teacher, actually, not just public school. Although, from my family, we only use public school, but still I think it'd be good to have it for all teachers in our community. And so I don't know if, Mayor, if I could ask the applicant to respond?
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
can you respond to that, please?
Specifically about non-PAEA teachers and
Yeah.
CSEA members. Well, I'll say, maybe I'll respond to both your questions. So we have reached out. City Manager Shikata introduced me to the employee unions for the fire, police.
No, I'm talking about teachers.
No, I know, but I'm
okay.
responding to Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Okay.
So we reached out to the several different unions, and the interest level was much less high, let's just say. So that kind of just stalled. So there was no interest there. In regards to your request, I mean, the way it's going to work, the way we've contemplated this, is that there will be a period of exclusivity for the two Palo Alto city unions. They will have first rights in order that I said, and then it will become available to the public. So what we could continue to have more preferred organizations. My only concern is I got to get them leased, right? So if there's no teachers or classified workers that are interested, we got to get them leased otherwise. So I'm happy to consider other unions, as I did already. That's my only concern.
Okay. Well, I guess I love the theme of teachers. I think that's great, and I think opening up to other teachers in our city is also great. But I think the world needs great teachers. So I like what you're trying to do there. And then I guess for my take is you're planning to do just rentals, right?
Yeah, this is a rental.
Okay, so I think that's great, because I think people aren't always poor the rest of all their life, right? Sometimes they'll get more as they progress. So I think that's a good thing, because it circulates circulates these affordable units. So I think that's great. In general, I like the idea of the stack parking. I think that seems to be pretty efficient. In regards to the topic that my fellow colleagues brought up in terms of the 30% formula, I think that 30% formula is actually very much a private sector formula. One thing you have to consider is that teachers get pensions, and that's very different than the private sector. So if you do some Googling and see, what do people who earn pensions, how much can they spend on rent? It's like 40%. Okay, so not 30%, but 40%. And then if you factor in that teachers also, I just Googled this, the average teacher gets about 120 days off a year, versus in the private sector, right, it's only 31 days a year. And I've known a lot of teachers, and a lot of teachers actually have other jobs during the summer, so they could supplement their income. So I think what the applicant's trying to do here is more than just, there's a range, which I think is a good point, but it's also the fact that, because of the pensions, because of the fact that they only work 9 months of the year, and there's, they get a lot of time off compared to private sector employees to do other type of work. A much larger percentage of their salary can actually go towards rent. So upwards of, and then you guys could Google it yourselves, but it's like upwards of like 40 45% or so. So I think this actually opens up a lot of opportunity to people, especially the younger teachers in our community. So I think this is actually pretty spot on in that regard. In regards to unit size, I think I've said this many times, but the average housing house size in our country has grown like every year. It's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. Ironically, our family size has gone smaller and smaller and smaller. So it's the like when, the units are getting bigger, but the families are dropping. They're getting smaller. Fewer kids, more families that are divorced or whatever. So they're smaller families or smaller number of people. So, I actually think that smaller units are the trend of the future. They're more affordable. They're naturally more affordable, and this is also located in a nice area, right? It's near the Caltrain. It's near a lot of amenities. So I think this is actually, I've kind of looked at it from lots of different angles, but of course I need to learn more, but it looks like a lot of it pencils out, at least in my opinion. So just want to commend you guys for kind of trying to build the anti-gravity machine of housing.
Thank you. I just have most of my questions have been asked, and I just want to say thank you. It's laudable that you're doing this project from private money and for the teachers in our city. And I do want to, I'm not going to ask you about the affordable part because that's been asked, but I did want to say that the reason that we are asking all these questions is because we do have a 100% affordable project that has been built, and the rents are extremely high for something that is 100% affordable. And that is the former Alta Locale. Now it's called the Palomino. And their 1 bedroom, 1 bath at 551 square feet goes at 4,360 to they have another one at 4,408. They have another one at 4,595. And there lies our concern, my fellow council members, concern about, is it gonna actually get the teachers in there? I don't know the differences of the years of when they start and so forth, but that is obviously going to be a concern for us, that we don't repeat something that is 100% affordable and end up not being affordable for many. So did you want to?
Just make a quick comment.
Come, sure.
I agree with your comment wholeheartedly. But just to be clear, that is a workforce housing, which means I think it goes up to 140 or 160 of AMI, and they have no low income. Those units are also substantially smaller than our units. So their studios are 370 square feet. Our studios are 435 square feet. And they'll be substantially lower price because of the income band. So, and not to mention that 20% of them will be low income. So I wholeheartedly agree with you. But that's not our project. So please don't cast us into that,
And I was
same.
just explaining
Okay.
that this is where we want to make sure that it's not happening again. So I did read in our report that there is one single family home that is close by, or it abuts to. Does that have any effect on the daylight plane for that one single family?
So because the zoning of that property is not residential and the zoning code bases the daylight plane requirements on the zoning, not the use, it does not have a daylight plane for this property.
And even though it does not, based on our municipal code, are you in any communications with them so that you're not affecting?
So that property next door it's a amalgamation of a parking lot, it used to be
Yeah.
I think it's Indo-China restaurant, used to be Straits Cafe, and then this home that's on the parking lot. I've tried 3 times to contact the Indo-China restaurant, the property owner for that, and they just don't return my calls. So, but it is a non-compliant use of the land, so.
And then you, Mr. Matloff, before you sit back down again, I have another question.
Yes.
So you did mention that it will be deed restricted to teachers.
No, it's deed restricted on affordability. The agreement with the teachers and the CSEA is a side agreement.
I see. And the affordability deed restricted, is it in perpetuity or is there a number of years?
That's hopefully not too far down the road, but that's something that we'll need to negotiate with the city lawyers. And that's, you know,
That's still up in the air. Okay.
yeah, I don't know if the planning staff has something to say about that.
So the 20% that would be meeting the PHC standard of 80% of the median income would have a restriction of either 50 or 99 years. I'd have to take a look at that. The other units would be part of the, so the other 80% of the units would be something that would be negotiated as part of that, the PHC zoning process for that. So if the council, if the applicant and looking at their finances has a number, that would be presented to the council for consideration. And so there'd be some room for a dialogue on that.
So it's the 80% that potentially has a little bit less time or negotiated later on.
Potentially. I mean, so this would be, again, site-specific zoning. So we're taking a little bit more of a crafted approach toward it. But yeah, we would, that's correct. We'd want to get the 20% dialed in, consistent with our regular process, and then the rest would be subject to a discussion.
And with this project at 44 units, is there on-site manager then?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So will there also be a TDM plan that will be discussed?
Yeah, that will be part of the application when it's submitted.
So would it be possible to see if there might be a contribution towards Palo Alto Link for a car share?
So we will take up the TDM plan if the applicant submits an application. Any mechanisms that we have that's our Office of Transportation would like to see incorporated, we'll consider those. And I believe we have some codified provisions that we would first follow, and then we'd have a conversation with the applicant if we wanted to go beyond that.
Very good, thank you. And with that, I don't see any more lights from council members, so we can go to public comments. I believe we have a large number of people who'd like to speak. And so we'll limit it to 1 minute, please. And we'll stop taking names after the first speaker.
Our first speaker is Terry Baldwin.
Thank you. I would just say that I'm very supportive of this project. I moved here 23 years ago to California to work in this district and could not afford to live anywhere close. So this gives me hope that we can, get our PAEA members closer to our schools and communities so that they're not spending an hour, 2 hours or more, depending on traffic in their cars. I would like to quickly point out Mr. Tanaka's numbers were a little off. We do work 10 months a year, not 9 months, and work many unpaid days. I know I'm always in the classroom 2 weeks before school starts, unpaid. So it's a little deceiving, but we do have teachers that really need this. We've talked to teachers that are really excited about it and are happy to bike to work. So that wasn't really something that came up that I heard that was a big problem. So I just really hope that you say yes to this and we could hopefully start a trend for teacher housing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jack Fidel.
Hello, I'm Jack Fidel. I'm a student at Gunn High School, and I think it's incredibly important that we provide affordable housing for our teachers, as many of our teachers who are providing an exceptional education will be spending some of their money, like some of their personal funds, to be providing that incredible education for all of us students. And with affordable housing, that can be possible. I also know that a lot of teachers have some financial struggles, and a great teacher at Gunn High School was she needed to move to San Jose to teach there because she was not able to afford living here on her salary, as rent is very high in a lot of apartment buildings and other housing units. So yes, I think it is important that this affordable housing is provided. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Ellington.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Ellington, and I am a teacher in Palo Alto Unified School District. Affordable teacher housing is long overdue in Palo Alto. Many teachers cannot afford to live in the community in which they work and spend most of their time. The median rent in Palo Alto is 50% more than the national average. Some educators are spending up to 2 hours commuting each way to our schools every weekday, because they need to live in an area in which they can afford and are dedicated to the Palo Alto students and schools. The ability to reduce teacher commute time and allow them to spend time in the community and at on-campus events would be beneficial to teachers and students. I cannot tell you how many times staff wanted to attend an event, and it's just not possible with a long commute, including the city council meeting. There is already a national teacher shortage. Having affordable housing in the community will attract and retain teachers for our schools. Teachers are highly educated, credentialed professionals who would be great neighbors. We are spending our workday with and
Your time is
educating
up. Thank you for your
the children of
comment.
Palo Alto. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Margarita Mendez.
Good evening, honorable city council members and former Fletcher parents. I am a proud Spanish teacher at Ellen Fletcher Middle School and a lucky homeowner. I ride my e-bike to school almost every day and can attend sporting events and concerts and plays after school to support my current and former students. I can do this because I live within 10 miles of Fletcher, unlike our school librarian who commutes from Walnut Creek every day. 2 hours if there's no traffic. The academy, while not a site on the current housing element that was rejected by the state twice, does indeed increase housing inventory. I wholeheartedly support the rezoning of the property at 3265 El Camino Real, and am thankful that someone in our community is doing something concrete about the housing crisis and believes that teachers and staff that support Palo Alto youth deserve to work in the community they serve. We are essential and integral to Palo Alto community, and PAOSD staff presence makes Palo Alto a better place to live and grow up. I remember in 1993 when I started teaching, I made $24,000 a year. I was able to rent an apartment for 1 year with a roommate. It was a struggle. Rents were significantly less than they are today, and I had less than $5,000 student loan debt.
Your time is
Unlike
up.
my
Thank you
younger
for your
colleagues,
comment.
I had to move back home, save money, buy a house.
Our next speaker is Hunter Reardon.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hunter Reardon. I've been teaching English at Palo Alto High School since 2016. I spent the first half of my career at Pali struggling in pursuit of housing with some sustainable combination of proximity and cost. I've moved 4 times between 3 different local cities in the last 7 years within a 30-mile radius. As a first-year teacher on the 2016 salary schedule, I would have considered a $2,200 studio, even a $2,500 studio, so close to Pali as is this proposed project, a miracle. I know I'm not the only teacher in this community who at age 23 had to somehow figure out their first year of teaching while also enduring an hour plus commutes each way, seeing most of their first year salary go toward rent and enduring a net decrease in living conditions after moving out of college dorms and into their career, or all 3. That's not even to mention teachers who continue on this manner for years, so many years that they eventually choose to take their talents and their families elsewhere. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda Gantley.
Hello, my name is Amanda Gantley. I'm an elementary school teacher at Addison, right down the street. And I've been asked to read for a colleague of mine, Kimberly Kwan, who is not able to speak because she lives in Pleasanton. And it takes her about 2 hours every day to get home. And it's really affecting her quality of life. And given that I only have 30 seconds left, I'm not going to read this. I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. And I'm going to let you know that, first of all, thank you, Jason Matloff and the PAEA's Academy Project. And also, thank you for taking the time to ask questions and consider it. And I feel like I have some hope here, because I live in Sunnyvale, and it takes me a while to get home, but that's mostly because of, the traffic 101, right?
And I do pay a lot in rent, and I am a 20-plus year teacher, and I'm paying about, over $2,500 in rent, but it's a pretty small place. And, to be able, my quality of life, I think, would be greatly improved. And I know this project isn't for me, but I feel like it could help someone like me in my situation. I think my physical health would be a lot better.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Josh Spera. All right, our next speaker is Meb Steiner.
Good evening. Thank you for this wonderful study session. My name is Meb Steiner. I am president of CSEA Palo Alto Chapter 301. I'm also a special education aide, and I've been with the district for 20 years, but been in Palo Alto since I was 7 years old and went to school here, so 55 years with the district. I want to really highlight the need is real. We know this. I think you all understand this. The phenomenal groundbreaking ceremony of 231 Grant Avenue was incredible to behold. It was years of getting it done. The public, private, and nonprofit partnership was a great model. I want to thank Mr. Matloff and his team and Half Dome Capital as a private business for stepping forward and recognizing this need and bringing it forward for our teachers and our support staff. Classified staff are everybody other than teachers and administrators. Many of them are part-time. Many of them are working 2 or 3 jobs. So the need is real. And I just want to thank you for having this. And I do hope that we move forward with this project. It will serve as a beacon, a model, a possibility. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rob Kay.
My name is Rob Krolik, a resident of Palo Alto for 20 years. I'm here to support this proposal. I understand the issues around the specific concerns from the staff, specifically landscape, open areas, setback, whatnot. We have a crisis in the city. I don't use that word lightly. We are going to do, what are you going to do when you go out to dinner and you don't have a bartender, you don't have a wait staff, you don't have a busboy? What are you going to do when you send your kids to school and you don't have any teachers? My kids went through the public schools here and graduated from Gunn High School. Many can argue about the education in this town, but in my view, they had a fantastic education and went off to college. The issue is the teachers are leaving. Many of the teachers my son and daughter had are now leaving, and those that arrived many years ago are retiring. And my daughter has an education degree, and she could not afford the cost of living in the city. She could afford a cost of $2,200. So it's affordable housing. I hope you push it through. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Bob Moss.
As proposed, this project has a lot of problems. It exceeds the height limit, grossly exceeds the FAR. The rents that are quoted are not permanent. How do you enforce that the rents will not go up 3 or 4 years from now? Also, they're talking about only renting to teachers. How do you verify that it's only a teacher in there? And if a teacher rents and leaves the occupation and goes into something else, how would the landlord know and how would he enforce that only a teacher can live there? How would the city know and how would the city enforce any of these requirements? I think this project hopefully needs a lot of modification, and the council should be very careful before it approves something like this, which is very unusual and a very non-standard type of project.
Our next speaker is Stephen Levy.
Reducing these horrendous commutes that you've heard about from the teachers has multiple benefits. The ones that were mentioned, they can save an hour or 2. The students, the teachers, and their parents benefit from the teachers having more time. But the one I want to emphasize is that those long commutes have dollar cost as well as human cost. And when you're thinking about affordability, ask the teachers whether they're willing to pay a little extra in rent to avoid the gas and the congestion and the time that they're worn down and the time that they don't get to be with their family. So I think affordability to an economist is both what you pay in rent, but also the time and money cost with these long commutes. And thank you for your gracious support of the project.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Ratner.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Ratner. My wife Judy and I are Palo Alto residents and have lived here for more than 40 years. We have 3 adult children, all of whom attended Palo Alto Public Schools from pre-K through Pali graduation. And Judy was a part-time teacher in the Palo Alto School District for 10 years. We are all well aware of the challenges Palo Alto teachers face in trying to afford to live where they work. This project will help to address that problem. Few of my wife's full-time colleagues could afford to live in Palo Alto, especially if they were the sole or primary source of income for their families. We heartily endorse this project. For the sake of full disclosure, I am an attorney and I represented the applicant in connection with the acquisition of this site. I undertook that representation because I share Jason Matloff's goal of providing greater opportunities for Palo Alto teachers to live and work in Palo Alto and providing students all the benefits that flow from having their teachers live in the communities they serve. I also believe in Jason as a person of the highest integrity who will get this project done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Shepard.
Thank you. Thank you for the unmute prompt. I'm Nancy Shepard, and I'm a co-president of the League of Women Voters this year, and we wanted to point your attention to the letter that we have submitted in full in your packet. A couple of the features of this letter are that we believe that the city of Palo Alto can improve the diversity and housing opportunities for all economic levels, ages, ethnicities, and can ensure that all housing is open to everyone without discrimination. And on state and national league policies, there's a toggle in the letter for you to find those policies on housing and homelessness and meeting basic human needs. More importantly, also, this will connect our city to our essential workers, and we appreciate that as well. And finally, I'm sorry, I'm summarizing. This does eliminate hours-long commutes, it's already been mentioned, and help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and help restore the city's economic diversity. Thank you for considering this project.
Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill.
Hi, thank you. My son had a new kindergarten teacher who started at Hoover. It came out in small talk that she struggled with her commute, which I'm certain was many more minutes by car than this project would have been by foot, much less by scooter. At the end of the year, my son was reading 2 grades above level. That was her only year in Palo Alto. I believe her household had 2 incomes, but nevertheless, that it is students somewhere in Calaveras County who now benefit from her amazing talent. You don't hear a lot about developers coming forward with unsubsidized, deed-restricted projects at any level of affordability. This is a remarkable project. That remarkability, that rarity, should be giving exceptional pause to anyone who might be tempted to demand a deeper level of affordability or more parking or any other change which would further jeopardize the viability of the project beyond the difficult financial and hard cost conditions that currently prevail. We're not getting that teacher back, but maybe we can keep another one in the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner.
Hi, yeah, I want to first say I totally support affordable housing in this community. We definitely need more housing, more affordable housing. I do want to mention the stacked Klaus parking. I am at 2500 El Camino Real, Mayfield Place. Stacked parking is not the way to go. It is not residential parking. It is long-term parking. It breaks all the time. I would hate to see any of our teachers late for their classes because The puzzle parking breaks down. The gate out breaks down. There's no ADA parking. It does not accommodate utility vehicles. It does not accommodate Teslas. I'm not sure about Priuses. So please, I am asking you to re-examine the puzzle parking for this project, although I totally support affordable housing for our teachers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach.
Yes, first I want to say I support this project, but I'm concerned about its viability. Limiting it to studios and one bedrooms will result in a high turnover of tenants. And it will naturally discourage families with children, although a single parent with one child must be allowed to live there, or it would be a violation of fair housing laws. You can't compare this housing to teacher housing on Grant Avenue, which includes 2 and 3 bedroom units as well as smaller units. And unbundled parking, this would be only the second project in town. The other one was an abject failure as far as I'm concerned. The bundled parking will add $1,200 to $2,400 more a year to housing costs for those who buy a space. And for those with no space, there's no evidence, never has been, that severely under parking results in less car use. And those cars will be parked in the Ventura neighborhood. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessie Laddle-Merrick.
Hello, my name is Jessie Laddle-Merrick. I'm Vice President of the PAUSD Board of Education. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Board President Jennifer DiBrienza, who's very sorry she can't be here tonight. We are speaking as Palo Alto residents who strongly support this new housing development. Mr. Matloff worked directly with PAUSD's bargaining units throughout the process. We trust our union leadership when they tell us these units are desired by their membership, like the teachers who spoke tonight, and can be filled at the designated rental rates. Our entire school district benefits when we reduce stress on our staff. Living closer to our schools will help educators support PAUSD students in a variety of ways. More significantly, it will improve their quality of life by reducing their commutes and giving them more time with their families. This generous project is an outstanding opportunity to make a small dent in the thousands of housing units Palo Alto must add. It is housing for some of the hardest workers in our city, near transit, jobs, and services, which will reduce cars on the road and greenhouse gas emissions. It's a win for all of us. Please fast track this and make it happen.
Our next speaker is Ken Joy.
Hi, I live in the Ventura neighborhood, and this summer I had a chance to learn about this project when the developer came to our neighborhood association meeting. I would like to ask that you encourage him to come back, and when he does come back, that you approve this project. I would like to welcome these people into our neighborhood. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Ashton.
Good evening. Amy Ashton, Executive Director of Palo Alto Ford. You received our letter. This is a great project in a great location. You can walk to Cal Ave, walk to Caltrain. I'm really excited that it's happening. I hear the concerns about parking, but there's a reason why cities across the state and even locally, Redwood City, Mountain View, San Jose, are eliminating one-size-fits-all parking requirements. And it's because multifamily housing, especially near transit, is overparked. And that is the bottom line. There's evidence that TDM strategies can significantly reduce auto use on a daily basis. And these are pretty simple things, like he talked about unbundling parking. You can provide bike and car shares. You can provide electric bikes. Even just a designated area for e-bike parking can be so helpful to reducing car ownership. So this project's truly a win for our city, and we look forward to seeing it move ahead. Am I doing all good? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeff Levinsky.
Good evening, Council. Just for full disclosure, I've taught classes for the Palo Alto School District, and I love the idea of teacher housing. I do agree with many of the questions that were asked here about the affordability levels, and I think that the percentages and all that, as you start to work it out, it turns out that not that many teachers will be eligible and be able to afford this housing as some might hope. One thing I didn't hear though much was about the rent per square foot, because that's where that you get real value, that you get more apartment, for less money. That's where it becomes a real win. And I think that should be part of the evaluation you make as you work this project through. Two last points. One, this project is getting public support because you're giving it or proposing to give it a huge amount of FAR and other benefits that you don't give to other projects. That's worth many millions of dollars, and that's something the city is doing. You might consider doing more though. You might consider ways to help subsidize this project so it can offer true affordable rents to teachers. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Jerry Fillingham.
Hi, hello, I'm Jerry Fillingham. I'm a staff person with the California School Employees Association. I represent the classified employees that work in Palo Alto Unified School District. I want to appreciate the council members' supportive comments concerning the inclusion of classified employees in this project. I fully support this project and commend all involved for their innovative and constructive way to address housing needs for school employees and to truly enrich our community and support our youth and families. I hope you can move forward quickly on this. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. So I want to thank everybody who came tonight for this agenda item. It's a pre-screening, so we won't be giving any opinions on it right now. And this concludes this item, and we'll move to item number 10, which is an action item. We're going to approve the so it says here, it's to approve the revised permanent parklet program regulations and to provide feedback on incentives for electric heating on parklets and adopt legislation creating an ongoing parklet program, creating related fees and penalties, and continuing parklets in certain areas of University Avenue downtown and the California Avenue area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So we're committed to assist the council in getting this through tonight. We brought everybody here. We have others as well that are standing by on Zoom, ready to answer any questions that you may have. So we'll begin. So Hannah Smythe will give the presentation. So have at it.
Good evening, council members. All right. So we are going to advance the slide. So we are here tonight to review and approve changes to the permanent parklet program regulations, which are outlined in attachment A to your packet. The changes are related to enclosure and traffic safety and consideration of an alternative parklet sizes, amongst other changes that we'll talk about in the presentation, and parklet fees to be collected, specifically the parklet license fee. Also to provide feedback on potential incentives for electric heating on parklets and adopt legislation to implement an ongoing parklet program, which is in attachments B, C, D, and E. I also wanted to make a quick comment on terminology about the program, specifically that we have in have been using the term permanent to distinguish this program from the current pilot program. However, ongoing might be a more appropriate term, as parklets are not, truly permanent. So just wanted to kind of highlight that as well. Next slide. And on the scope of the program, we just wanted to take a minute to kind of remind the council and members of the public the scope of the program, that it is about parklets in the University Avenue downtown and California Avenue Business District, specifically on streets that are open to vehicular traffic, with the exception of the car-free portion of Ramona Street. However, the car-free portion of California Avenue is not the focus of this program, and that program will be returning to council later this fall. A little bit on the history of the program. In 2020, council directed staff to implement a pilot program for outdoor dining in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And under this program, there are currently 33 parklets built, utilizing 93 parking spaces. After multiple extensions, this program expires on March 31st, 2024. In 2021, council directed staff to develop a permanent parklet program with input from the Architectural Review Board. And staff have worked with the ARB and returned to council to receive direction on the program, including on topics such as fire safety, the use of heaters, parklet size, and letters of consent. Staff was last here on this item on March 27th. And since then, staff have refined the parklet regulations and implemented council's direction on sidewalk cleaning, including assigning parklets that cleaning responsibility to parklet sponsors, revising the letter of consent applicability, which is now required if a parklet structure, roof, sidewalls, etc., extend in front of a neighbor, but not if a parklet without those extend. And also limiting covered parklet size to 350 square feet, but allowing up to 2 parklets. And you'll see those changes redlined in attachment A. On March 27th, council also directed staff to investigate options for greater vehicle protection, to return with a fee recommendation on the low end of fees, and return with incentives, potential incentives for the use of electric heating. Staff have proceeded with these steps and are described in the following analysis. So first, council asked staff to investigate options on greater protection from vehicles, and staff engaged an on-call engineering consultant to evaluate a number of barrier options, including K-rail. And a summary of these results are in attachment G of your packet, which is on page 157. And the evaluation looked at 2 key parameters: 1, traffic safety, so protection from vehicles, and 2, pedestrian safety, so pedestrian guards and rails. The key takeaways from that evaluation were that concrete barriers, for example, K-rail, must be anchored to a concrete foundation in order to be effective, and unanchored barriers are not effective and in fact may actually cause an additional hazard through flying debris. It's not feasible to install foundations into the public right-of-way for parklets. However, pedestrian safety can be achieved with several guards and rail options. And those types of guards and rails also will provide visual cues for drivers and vehicles parking. Next slide, yes. These findings lead staff to recommend that parklets focus on minimizing risk and that a long-term outdoor dining solution be incorporated into the University Avenue streetscape project where a permanent vehicle protection measures can be incorporated. Some of the proposed, however, staff have refined the permanent parklet regulations with some changes related to traffic protection, including removing the requirement for periodic barriers such as planters, which, as we learned, can create an additional hazard. Increasing the required enclosure height to 42 inches from 38 inches, which is more in line with the guardrail standards, but still allows for sight lines. Requiring a planter to be located behind the wheel stops on either side of the parklet to increase visibility and prevent pedal confusion for cars parking adjacent to the parklets. You can see those in figure 2 and 3 in attachment A. And lastly, increasing the frequency of reflective delineators from 1 every 20 feet to 1 every 10 feet. As mentioned earlier, staff have implemented council's direction on parklet size. However, the traffic protection results and the consideration of the overall totality of impacts lead staff to continue its recommendation for de minimis parklets and a limit of 1 parklet per business up to 350 square feet, covered or uncovered. And there's an alternative size standard in attachment H if council is interested. Did want to mention that this alternative standard would allow for parklets to use up to 3 parallel or 4 angled parking spaces. And currently of the 33 existing parklets, only 4 use more than that. In March, council directed staff to return with fees on the low end of what we had presented at the time, and also indicated that fees should be in line with neighboring jurisdictions in around an 80 to 90% discount on the average ground floor rents in the city. And staff have proceeded with this and proposed the following 4 fees: an initial application fee, which is cost recoverable, of $2,000, a annual renewal fee of $750, a fully refundable deposit of $2,500, and an annual license fee for the use of the public right-of-way of $10.71 per square foot annually. And this represents an 85% discount on the 2022 average ground floor retail rents. So for example, a 200 square foot parklet, which would utilize 2 parallel parking spaces or 3 angled spaces, would have a license fee of around $2,142 annually. And these fees result in a total first year and ongoing fee that's generally in line with the average amongst peer jurisdictions that also use a license fee. It is difficult to predict exactly how much the license fee will be because obviously it depends on the size of each parklet. Lastly, since March, staff have worked with the utilities department to investigate existing electrification programs that parklet sponsors may participate in, as well as other options for incentives, and have identified these 4 potential incentives for electric heating on parklets. The first option would involve the utilities department and their business electrification technical assistance operator, and to include them in the business electrification technical assistance program. And the other 3 options would require funding. Under the Business Energy Technical Assistance Program, parklet sponsors would receive a complimentary evaluation of their business equipment and operations and would be provided potential options for electrification, including converting parklet heaters from propane to electric. They'd be provided a list of recommended contractors, and the program would work with the sponsors to evaluate those options and alternatives. And so staff request here that council provide feedback on these options, and staff intend to return at a later date with additional details and a proposal. Following discussion and council feedback and direction, staff recommend the following 4 parts of legislation to implement an ongoing program. So there's the ordinance creating the new municipal code chapter 12.11 to implement an ongoing program and amend various sections of Title 16 and 18 as recommended by the Planning and Transportation Commission, which would waive certain planning and zoning requirements for parklets, including a new CUP not being required, parklets being exempt from parking calculations, architectural review not being required, and B, a resolution establishing certain areas of University Ave downtown and California Ave for the use of parklets, and an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2024 municipal fee schedule, and D, finally, a resolution amending the administrative penalty schedule for violating the new chapter 12.11. For next steps, staff recommend, following discussion, adoption of the legislation, and the permanent parklet regulations would become effective on April 1st, 2024. And following council feedback and direction on potential incentives for electric heating, the staff intend to return with additional details and proposals. So happy to receive any comments.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you have anything more?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll come back to council if you have any questions for, any questions?
I have a question for the mayor. How do you want us to do comments? You want us to do comments on everything, or slide by slide, electric heaters and then?
I am asking for questions.
Just
You want to
questions.
do you want to do comments too?
In the comment section, when we get to that, do you want it grouped by subject, or do you want us to each just comment generally?
I think you can choose to do yours in group if you want to. I think some of the council members do it just generally.
Okay.
Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. So a few questions. First, on the ability to help support the electric heaters, it was listed that the option 3 of a rebate on purchasing electric heaters would require general fund support, if I read it correctly. And so I was trying to understand why that would necessarily be general fund, whereas, our heat pump water heater program is electric utility subsidized. So why wouldn't this be able to be electric utility subsidized in a similar way as we're trying to have people electrify?
Okay, thank you for the question, Councilmember Burt. My name is Holly Boyd, Assistant Director of Public Works. So in discussions with our utility department, they were the ones that recommended that it should be general fund, that their proposal was to work with their technical assistance operator as a mechanism to help support, incentivize these electric heaters, but that they didn't offer up a rebate.
Okay, I thought I read that it was determined that it must be general fund, that it couldn't be. Maybe I misread that. So if it's their recommendation versus, for some reason, a legal requirement, when we get to that, I appreciate a clarification there. we have these rules would apply to the Ramona section. Is there some reason why some of the aspects of the requirements that seem to be clearly for, because cars are there, would apply to Ramona, the 42-inch height, the wheel stops? Why would that apply to Ramona if it's a pedestrian street?
So the wheel stops may not apply. However, the setbacks that.
No, the 42-inch is the vertical.
Oh, the 42-inch is just the vertical height for people, like, I don't want to call it a guardrail, but similar to a guardrail for people that
Right.
don't fall off the platform.
Oh, I thought it had to do with the vehicles. I thought that the staff report even alluded to.
Yeah, it's the combination of the both. We raised it from 36 to 38 to 42.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why it would apply when there's no vehicles.
Yeah, so did we haven't decided yet on Ramona yet?
No, I mean, we could leave it separate for Ramona. However, if Ramona does eventually open up, or for some reason, everyone that has a parklet would need to make those modifications.
I think that's the main reason right there is that we haven't decided that I don't believe a decision's been made about Ramona being car free. On an ongoing basis.
So that does beg kind of the sequencing. We haven't been asked that decision, and yet we're imposing standards as if it might not remain car free. Okay, and then there's a provision that even though we would have 8-foot clearance mandate on sidewalks, which I fully agree with. Most of the other cities have got 6 foot. I went to Mountain View, Los Altos, Menlo Park, and Redwood City, and for the most part, they have 6 feet. And I think it's too narrow. I think 8's right. But our proposed rule says that if you have a parklet, you can't have sidewalk dining, even if you have 8-foot clearance. And first, was that something that the council gave as guidance? I didn't recall it from our previous discussion. I don't know whether that's a new recommendation or I missed it in March.
No, it was in our guidelines in March.
Okay,
I
so
think we
what's the
changed it.
rationale on it? As we as council said, we really want to embrace this outdoor dining, and to the extent it's possible. Our economic development advisors have come back in the same way. So if we have 8-foot clearance, why would we want to prohibit sidewalk dining? And I will say that in those other cities, they have both, as we do currently.
Right. So I'll just say the 8-foot clearance is a requirement that we went back to earlier this year.
Yeah, I'm not disputing the 8-foot clearance.
Yeah. There's a lot of restaurants that have sidewalk dining and parklets that can't have the 8-foot clearance.
No, but that's not what the proposal is. The proposal is
Right.
even if you have 8-foot
8-foot
clearance, you can't have sidewalk dining and a parklet.
Correct. Yes. So I think it was staff made that decision in discussions of the development of this program of an either or.
I'm
Have
sure
the
they made a
parklet.
decision. I'm asking why. What's the reason?
If I may say something, I remember in one of our discussions early on that the sidewalks, it was very difficult for people to walk and to use.
That's why we have the 8-foot clearance.
But the thing is, there's also ADA regulations, and I still remember we had a lot
No,
of
I'm sorry.
discussion back then.
That's just, we have an 8-foot clearance that would remain, and that's more than adequate, and that's what 2 feet more than surrounding cities. That's a wide clearance. I'm asking why we would advocate that you can't have sidewalk dining, even if you have an 8-foot clearance.
Yeah, and council member, I don't know. I mean, I think we're sort of racking our brain here to figure out where that happened. It did happen a while ago, and so what's eluding us right now is maybe that explanation that you're seeking.
Okay.
I do see that Mr. Guadaljardo can help us provide some more information, but I do think it's, if I can offer Steve before you, what the mayor had said was part of that. That rings true in my mind about sort of the access and the, but again, hearing your comments about the 8 feet.
But I don't get how
the congestion of,
adding a parklet changes the access on the sidewalk.
understood. And then the other component is the, at least from a staff perspective, is sort of the de minimis nature of the combination of parklets on the street with the sidewalk dining, which again contributes to more people accessing and using it, and the concerns that we've raised previously about bathroom facilities and things of that nature. But again, I don't know that I have the silver bullet answer, but Mr. Guardiado may. Steve?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Steve Guagliardo, assistant to the city manager, helping coordinate our economic development function. As Director Late was just pointing out, one of the reasons we settled on the either or option was exactly that totality of use decision and trying to figure out what the impacts could be from a parklet in terms of additional patrons and in terms of sidewalk dining from additional patrons was very difficult. So we landed on the either or as one of the ways to help minimize the overall impact of additional patrons on the establishment and therefore help minimize the impacts of the allowances we're doing through the program.
Thank you.
I don't see any other lights for questions. So I just want to ask, why are we not including California Avenue in this? If Ramona is part of it, why are we not including California Avenue with the parklet program, with the ongoing parklet program regulations?
So I'll take an initial run at that, Mayor, and then invite, is Ozzy's on board? Okay, others to join us. But my recollection when I got involved with parklets is that there was 2 tracks that were proceeding. There was the one that's before you this evening, and that California Avenue and the car-free streets, initiative was its own separate track, and that there is a study or engagement activity that is underway or soon to be underway to further expand on dining options for California Avenue. So the 2 have really been processed separately in terms of staff's effort. But let me invite, Mr. Kami is on board. Okay, Mr. Kami, you want to expand upon that?
Hi, thank you. Philip Kenney, Chief Transportation Official. I'm actually just going to hand it off to our project manager, Ozzy Arce, who's our Senior Transportation Planner that's been leading this effort to give you further clarification.
Yeah, thanks, Philip. Senior Transportation Planner here, Ozzy Arce. Happy to just quickly answer this to build off of what Director Late said. The 2 efforts have really been treated separately. Obviously, Cal Ave will have nuances that I think are specific to a car-free environment. There are businesses on the car-free street Cal Ave that are not even on parking stalls. I think the PA Soul or Son of Wolf that are at the intersection of Ash and Cal Ave. So there are nuances that are specific to a car-free street. However, having said that, the car-free street guidelines for outdoor dining areas will be informed by these permanent parklet regulations. So we'll build off of these, but make them specific to a car-free environment. Hopefully that helps.
If I could add just one more point to what staff has already raised. We did discuss the possibility of making these optional for making these guidelines optional for businesses along California Avenue. But as has been pointed out, because the footprints of the businesses on California Avenue are currently beyond the parking spaces themselves, it would require such a reduction in their footprints that we didn't see that really as a practical option for them while the ongoing work proceeds.
Oh, so you're looking at a different kind of program so they can accommodate some of these businesses that does not have the frontage or parking spaces.
Well, it really, maybe I should just restate that the footprints for most of the businesses that have outdoor dining on California Avenue are significantly beyond the parking spaces themselves.
Yes, they are.
And because of that, it's really not practical for them to build out a smaller footprint in compliance with these guidelines, while the work is ongoing to evaluate options and ultimately make decision by the council as to whether it will remain completely car-free or part-time car-free or what have you.
Yeah, so what I want to make sure that we understand is that with the postponement or the delay in actually coming up with, so we do have intentions of finishing and coming up with a program for California Avenue by the deadline next year. The deadline is end of this year, or is it also in March?
The deadline for the car-free street is at the end of this year. However, staff does plan to visit council in the coming month or two to not only present a contract for the alternative study that will embark on its own effort to discuss design guidelines for outdoor dining areas in addition to other items like street configurations, but as well as ask for direction on what to do post December 31st, 2023, which could include keeping the existing conditions, enhancing them with some interim improvements, returning it to pre-pandemic levels, or a variety of hybrid options.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arce.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I had a couple, one of which was very similar to what you just asked, Mayor, but in the interim, then what do we do with, for example, restaurants on Ash, like Cafe Pro Bono and the Austrian restaurant? Do they just exist as they are without any new regulations? That's okay. I'm not making a value judgment. I am making a value judgment if we're going to tell them to take it down, which I don't think is the intent, right?
So yeah, on page 141 is a map of California Avenue District. And those blocks on Ash that you mentioned are allowed.
Yeah, it was really hard to read this. I was hoping there was going to be a nice 10-color slide tonight showing us where all that is. So, okay. It's sort of
if I might, just for clarification, they're allowed and the guidelines would apply to those parklets on Ash as a specific example.
Because it's not a car-free street.
Correct.
Okay, all right, that's good. That's an important clarification. And there are also similarly, when we talk about this as University Avenue area, there's side streets like the Creamery and places like that that are going to be noted in here, right? Okay, and I presume also that we need to be flexible because somebody might want to put up something new or take something down. So we have to update this from time to time as to what it really covers. So you know the answer to that. The second question I had was, I think I understand these letters of consent. And I know you had to work through this in some detail, but it seems like the letters of consent, first of all, are the consent of the tenant, not the consent of the landlord. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the contingency you have in there is that this has to be renewed annually. So if someone is, a new tenant comes in and says, no, now I want it, then that person would have to potentially reduce the parklet that they have already put up.
Yes.
So there's a risk annually after you put up a permanent parklet that it might be chopped off later.
Yes, in front of the neighboring frontage business.
Yeah. So again, I appreciate the thought and the options you had to discuss to get to that point, but I was just trying to understand how it was, right? Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I don't see any more lights, so we can go to public comments.
Our first speaker is Herb Barak.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Ku and council members. I submitted a letter to you in the haste of doing two different agenda items. The title of the letter has a wrong word, and I will memorialize this in a separate email correction of my remarks this evening, where it says a permanent parklet recognition. It should say permanent parklet regulations, which is the topic. I believe, as indicated in my letter, that the nature of cumulative decisions coming before you on this means that this is not exempt and doesn't deserve a categorical exemption. Staff has said in the agenda for you to approve, but as I understood staff's report to you this evening, that they're asking you for ideas to change, and they'll be coming back again with another version. And maybe that's where Councilmember Lowy will get his picture with the 10 different slide colors. In response to Councilmember Burt's question about why, what is the source of the language of saying can't have both tables on sidewalks and parklets, I will include by reference in my remarks this evening my letter to the council of May 7th of last year, May 7th, 2022, in which I say that residents that have parklets are encroaching on the sidewalk multiple times by making a round trip across the sidewalk to serve each customer by taking orders, delivering each course of a meal, clearing tables after each course, delivering the bill, and accepting payment. The public generally is inconvenienced by this repeated encroachment of the sidewalk that is needed to connect the parklet with the interior space where food is prepared. Allowing both parklets and the use of the sidewalk for customer seating is too much of an encroachment. If a restaurant has a parklet, it should be prohibited from having tables and chairs on the sidewalk. So that was my idea back then. I don't know if staff has now adopted it, because as with other things in my communications on this, they do provide reasons that someone who has the resources might be considering legal action. So it's important to keep it in the administrative record. And I appreciate Councilmember Burt questioning staff of how did they get from one place to another in the staff report. So I appreciate hearing the council members' comments. And as I understand what staff is saying, they will then come back with a new version for action. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner.
Hi, good evening. I wanted to speak on the parklets. I do want to revisit just really briefly the comment that Madam Mayor made about the last presentation about housing, the teacher housing. I felt very disenfranchised from the remark about this housing being very far from, making sure it was very far from R1 housing. I live in a multi-family housing complex that feels very isolated from the rest of the community. So I heard time and time again that we want community connection. So
we are taking public comment on the parklet program.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to that. Thank you. I live at 2500 El Camino Real on the corner of El Camino and California Avenue. And I know that this is going to be discussed at a later date. However, I do want to say about downtown Ramona Street. God, that would be absolutely beautiful if that was a permanent closure. It's one of the most relaxing and inviting areas to dine and walk and just be among businesses downtown and outdoor dining and such. As far as California and El Camino Real, this corner of multifamily housing that I live in, it's very impacted by the Parklet program that cuts off, really essentially it gates off El Camino at California. There's droves of Stanford Research Park employees and families and pets and people in wheelchairs, and there's bus stops, and it just is really a snaggle with all the cones and water barrels and no left turns, but you can do a U-turn on El Camino. There's a green light right on California. So somebody spoke to this earlier in public comments, a young woman, and I really appreciate what she was having to say, because really what we want to do is design this for not only the safety within the parklets, but also the signage and the traffic flow that is going from the outside to the inside. And that's where there's a major safety issue. It's a lot of traffic, a lot of confusion on this corner. I really hope that transportation planning looks at this, at Safe Routes to School. Thank you.
Our final speaker is John Schenk.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. I'm John Schenk with Thwaites Brothers. I hope you've had a minute to read our letter submitted earlier on behalf of the following operators in our downtown. Aki with Onagili, Megan with The Patio, Shanghai with Tong Sui, Jayswal with Cielo, Brady with Keen Shoes, Brad of Premier Properties, and Rob with Reposado and the Palo Alto Creamery. This varied group is united in the message we submitted. We want the best for downtown retail. We work every day to reach for vibrancy and economic success for all. In addition to begging you to help in a meaningful way to improve safety and cleanliness immediately, we have the following requested modifications to the program in front of you today. The loss of parking spaces must be accounted for, and the only feasible solution is for the city to reauthorize the construction of the public garage at Hamilton and Waverly. Outdoor spaces are wonderful, but to maintain equity among all retailers, we ask that you modify these proposed standards to not hurt those that choose to not have a parklet or those that prefer parking. Our downtown must be inviting and supportive to all retailers and not dominated by a few food services. Retail diversity is important. We are concerned that the city's experts have concluded that the proposed parklets are not safe from vehicles, and yet you seem to be moving forward. Our visitors' and customers' safety from vehicles should be paramount. The details of our request are in the letter, but in summary, we ask that you modify the program such that, one, parklet construction should comply with all applicable building codes, ADA and building. Palo Alto is better than this. We don't need to cut standards and cut corners. We should show that we care, we prioritize safety, and we value the public's health. Number two, issue a specific design standard for parklets to create a seamless, high-quality retail environment. Allowing a myriad of materials, colors, and designs will not support a quality retail environment for us. Three, only allow a retailer or property owner to install a parklet directly in front of their store. This is critical to all retailers whom I represent this evening. Adequately fund an enforcement mechanism, this is number four, such that parklets are built and maintained following strict policies. Heretofore, that has not happened. Here's a quote from Cielo, a women's clothing store for more than 20 years on University Avenue. They share, quote, "We absolutely hate the idea of parklets because most are done in a very poor taste, making the street ugly, which discourages walking on the sidewalks. Needless to say that we hate the idea of parklets in front of our store even more. This would affect our business tremendously. Our customers are elderly and prefer to park as close as possible to our store." One other quick quote from Onagili, a restaurant on University Avenue. They say, "We believe preserving parking in front of our restaurant is crucial for our customers. We wholeheartedly object to the proposal allowing restaurants to build parklets in front of other retailers without
Your
their
time
consent.
is up. Thank you for your comments.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't know if you want to hear from these other retailers, but that's okay.
Thank you. You can mail that into us if you don't mind, Mr. Shank.
Okay.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on item 10.
Okay, very good. So we'll come back to council, and if you have further questions, feel free to ask it. But if you want to provide comments, please do so. Okay, everybody's shy. Oh, Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, I was hoping others would go first, but I have another question on the issue of propane storage. So I guess the rule is that they have to come up with an outside propane storage area. Is that correct? But in a lot of restaurant establishments, delivered propane is used as a cooking fuel from 5-gallon containers. That's obviously stored indoors. So what is the distinction we're making on that requirement?
Yeah, we'll invite Fire Marshal Gesso to come speak to that question.
So temporary use is different than storage. So fire code does not allow for indoor storage of the propane tanks. So there needs to be an outdoor area, and there are different requirements regarding that outdoor area.
So if they have it, if it's a closed cap container, it can't be stored indoors.
It
But
cannot.
if it's actually active, it can be used indoors.
Yes, and then stored. Typically it's temporary and they're removed and then stored in an outdoor area.
I don't know whether that's so typical.
Well, that's fire code. You're not allowed to store the propane tanks indoors.
I see. Okay, thank you. And there was also a requirement. Oh, let me ask on the, this may be fire code related as well. So I checked, Mountain View has their fire lane on Castro that's closed at, it appears to be 12 feet. There are a few places it's 10, but looks like the standard may be 12. And I think we've determined 15 or so. I'm not sure what ours was. And so I want to understand what's the basis for us thinking we need a wider fire lane than Mountain View does.
Our fire lane measurements are based on our fire engines and fire trucks. So we don't always have the same size apparatus as other cities. And so based on the ability to drive down the street and open the doors to get out of the engine and also open the compartments to take out equipment.
I would be really surprised if Mountain View's fire trucks are considerably smaller than ours. That doesn't seem likely.
I'm not saying that at all, sir. And to be honest, I don't know what their dimensions are. All I know is that what we're basing it on is our fire engines and the ability for us to respond to an emergency, get out of the vehicle, be able to get equipment and respond in a timely manner. So that's I can't speak to Mountain View. I can inquire if you would like what their basis is, and I can reach out to their fire marshal and get that information.
Okay, great, thanks. And we also have a requirement, and there's only a handful of establishments I think this would apply under, but where an establishment may have a significant storefront that is greater than the 3 parking spaces limit that we put, but we say regardless of the storefront or regardless the size of the establishment, regardless of how many bathrooms they have, they can only have the parklet up to that 3 parking space size. So why would we not allow parklets the length of a storefront as opposed to setting this 3 parking space maximum for everybody?
So yeah, the 3 parking space kind of maximum is what, or 3 parallel parking space maximum is what will allow for a 350 square foot parklet, which.
But we have some that are larger than that. We gave, maybe I misunderstood the proposal. We have options for, they can have 2 parklets.
Right, 2 separate parklets.
But can those 2 separate parklets then have more than 3 spaces combined?
Well, so the 350 square foot threshold is the covered, it's where if it's covered, it needs to be fire sprinklered. So that's one.
Well, that's if you have larger than one that's larger than that, or you can have 2.
Right.
My question is in either of those circumstances, either a permitted sprinklered parklet or the 2 350 square foot ones side by side, would those circumstances allow more than the 3 parking spaces? That's my question.
Let me just see if I get this. I'm going to reiterate your question back to you. So you're asking if 2 350 square foot parklets, each 3 spaces each, side by side, can they be side by side?
Is that allowed, each with 3 spaces? Do they each allow 3 spaces, or is that the totality allowed for an establishment?
It would be each allow 3 spaces.
Okay, I think that answers that question. All right. Okay. And, I did double check on the staff report on this question of the electric heater and a rebate program. And right below the listing of the 4 options, it says the other 3 options would require general fund funding.
So yeah, I read that as well. That was our understanding when we were putting this together. But as you know, or as was discussed in the presentation, we will come back with those options and we can explain why that needs to be general fund or what options are available.
Okay. And on the fees, we had given guidance that we wanted to be on the low end. And I'm trying to remember whether this was referring to the low end of just the range that you had set forth. And I don't have the prior packet in front of me. And that was also the low end amongst neighboring cities or not, because I note that whichever case that is, we are above the average for other cities. Our 2 closest cities listed there are Mountain View and Los Altos, and they're pretty significantly below us in fees. Yes, below us in fees.
So, Councilmember, we could pull that information from that previous presentation and share it on screen, and then the council can decide where you want to set the fee. So if you can just give us a minute to get that.
That'd be great.
Okay.
And then lastly, related to fees, so the existing parklets have a permit for them, right?
Correct, an encroachment permit.
So is that then grandfather? It says initial application fee. Would those existing parklets have to pay an initial application fee?
Yes, that's what our proposal is. They'd have to pay a fee to modify their parklet or adhere to the guidelines in this.
So if they didn't have to modify it in order to meet the guidelines, they'd still have to, and they already have a parklet permit, they'd still have to pay a $2,000 application fee?
Yes, and almost all of them will have to modify it at some point, some way, at least
Okay.
the minimum. Most of them don't have stamped professional engineer roof.
Okay. I see I'm
License
over, I'm sorry.
and drainage, the drainage feature, most of them don't have those.
Okay, thanks.
And Councilmember, we're looking on packet page 100 of your packet today, and we're looking at the other information that was from March 27th, and it's adjusted only at the margins to give you current information, but it's essentially similar to what you have on your packet page. So the council can make its decision where to set the fees based on the information that you have on packet page 100.
I don't see any lights, so I'm just going to ask, I wanted to find out just a little bit more clarity on what Councilmember Burt asked about the 2 parklets that are each 350. Was the answer that you can only allow to have 1, or you can have 2 of them for 1 establishment?
Per the guidelines that are written now, you're allowed to have 2.
Okay.
350 square foot parklets.
Okay, so, okay.
Yeah, just to clarify, that's a covered, 2 covered parklets. You can have an uncovered parklet that goes beyond that.
Okay. And so the recommendation from staff is that we just do 1, covered or no cover, they're all under the same guidelines.
Yeah, so not to, get too much involved in that conversation I think we had in March, staff generally still feels that, again, the totality of all of the issues that we've addressed favors, at least from our perspective, smaller, more de minimis parklet sizes to address some of the concerns that we've talked about. But again, that's our recommendation, and we understand that the council's made some direction otherwise, which is why the ordinance is presented to you to allow more parklet covered and uncovered.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity too. So it says here, no CUP requirements for parklets and public right of way. Did we ever have CUPs?
Well, what we had was when you have a restaurant that has alcohol service, for instance, there's a conditional use permit that's required. And since we're trying to facilitate the installation of parklet use, we thought eliminating that discretionary review would help move that along. So what's going to happen is that the conditions that are applicable to the restaurant would also extend to the parklet, I believe is how we've drafted that language. So you don't have to amend or go through a new CUP. The existing one will cover the parklet. Is that fair? Thank you.
And then, so Ramona is a historical district. So usually we have ARB review a lot of things that are built over, that are designed over there. So are we eliminating even for design review on the historical street?
So yeah, so as the guidelines are proposed now, there would be no discretionary review required.
Right.
And I think that's okay because we're not altering the buildings.
You're not doing?
We're not altering the buildings.
No.
And the parklets themselves are temporary as well. They can be put up and or removed when the next tenant comes in. So it's not going to have a lasting or permanent effect on the district or its status.
But the establishment would be able to design their parklets, right?
That's right.
So we still want to make sure they kind of enhance the historical nature of that street versus, because I still remember the big boy that was in the corner, that statue that did not match the surrounding.
Understood. Sometimes you get some things out there that are a little surprising. So I would say that if the council is interested in having a review process, you can certainly use you could tell us to do that. Again, I would suggest that the parklets, even if they are somewhat unusual at a moment, are temporary, and they're not going to have a permanent impact on the district. However, I hear your concern, and that is a policy call for the council. It will lengthen the process time to get these approved.
Yeah, I even wonder if we might want to have a imposed sort of a few points of design guidelines that we want to provide for these parklets, and maybe even reduce the fee. I think this came up in one of our downtown merchant meetings, you know. Is that something that you guys might consider?
So again, council gets to set the policy in that regard. We've spent a fair amount of time just getting to this point here. We would like to get this up and running, but if this is a concern, then we're absolutely happy to come back to you with some design standards that are reflect the the historical context of Ramona.
Thank you. Okay, I see lights light up now. Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. First, I appreciate the detailed proposal that's before us in response to the many discussions and many hours that we have spent discussing this. And I'd also like to thank the really great number of staff that are still with us tonight to really help us put this behind us. I believe this is a well-considered proposal. You clearly took to heart the conversations we've had before. Not all of the details are exactly to my liking, but I've listened to my colleagues and I am content with what I see. I believe that the revisions you've made since our last meeting do reflect the direction we gave and are good revisions. So you've asked for direction on electric heaters. For me, I like option one. I don't know if you call it the BTAP or the beta program, but I do like that. But I'm wondering if we could combine it with option two, providing a modest discount on fees. I don't think we need a huge discount on fees, given that they're already 85% of the normal amount. So, so coming back with some kind of proposal around what that discount would be, but to me, those two aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. Is that right? That we could say be part of that program and also in terms of incentive for heaters.
Yes, that is true. One is something that the utilities department is willing to try and work with their operator, their program operator. And then two, yeah, definitely we could come back with some discounts proposed.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking we might want to provide fairly significant incentives, but neither of them have costs associated with them, as I understand it. Or yeah, at least to require additional budget, I should say. I like the look of the fees, as I mentioned before. I think they are significantly discounted and come in at the lower end, as we had asked. I'm sympathetic to the comment of the downtown business owners about design parameters, whether or not historic. Is there some way that we could go ahead and approve this tonight to get things going, but then still incorporate some design parameters later? I mean, it's tough if they're putting in their proposals, but is there any way you could recommend we could do that?
I think that would be challenging to do both of those things.
Yeah.
I mean, what it sounds like to me is you're sort of setting the form and the location and sort of the safety, measures that we want to implement. But what we're talking about is what is it going to look like? And so it may not change the footprint of the parklet, but somebody's not going to be able to go far into the designing process without knowing these other components.
Mm-hmm.
City manager.
Well, I think the one approach to that has been suggested would be for the city to establish a standard design, a base design that's not design guidelines, but it is basically you can build this. And not knowing what council has in mind, that maybe two, what's the right word, uniform? But if that is something of interest, then we could take that as a referral. And now to the earlier point, our ability to turn around an actual standard design in a time frame that would be consistent and productive from the businesses perspective may be challenged, but that's certainly something that could be pursued.
And is the idea that if it were some sort of standard form, it might be somewhat quicker in terms of turning it around, or?
Presumably, yes. If it's something that the city develops, then would certainly simplify the review that would happen.
Yeah, and to have my cake and eat it too, could it be prescriptive, but prescriptive with a little latitude on certain, factors, or?
Well, I think you're taking it to the extreme. If what I was suggesting is a standard design that is an option, an alternative to businesses doing their own thing within the parameters as described. If it's no longer an option, but now compulsory, then that would make it much more difficult, I think, to meet the needs of and expectations of the businesses and have something that can be done in a timely manner.
So if it's a standard option, it's not so much design guidelines, it's just something that could get approved more readily. Okay.
A prototype
So-
or something like that.
Yeah, so it sounds like it's really a fork in the road, pretty much, in terms of we would
Right.
need to, either say we're going to go with the design guidelines or, and wait until that happened to approve this, or, forego it
Right.
to approve it tonight. Is that fair? Okay. Well, seeing as how we haven't really talked much about the design guidelines previously, I guess what I would like to do is, with the mayor's permission, I'd like to actually move the staff recommendation that we approve the permanent parklet regulations and adopt implementing legislation, and hope that any additional discussion, which I anticipate there will be, can be made in the context of that motion, just for expedition.
You have the permission. But I see other lights here, and we need a second for that.
Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker made the motion, and Councilmember Lifcott-Hames seconded.
And I would just simply say that I think this is something where we ought to give some direction to our business community, move forward. I think there's a lot of detail here that we have some good questions about, and I think some of it could be refined later, but this is something where this report and recommendation seems to be highly responsive to the community and council's preferences, and I'm anxious to see us move forward with the program. So I hope we can.
Nothing from me. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. I'll still ask these questions or give comments in the context of the motion. I am not really comfortable with the idea of this extending to fitness. On page 100, it talks about basically retail, hospitality, and fitness. Because to me, that seems like, the gym's going to be outdoors right next to the restaurant on California Avenue. And I'm just not sure that's the kind of vibrant retail that we're all talking about. And, having a little bit of decorum on the streets of our downtowns, I think would be more to my liking. What is now the boxing gym on Emerson used to be my gym. It was bad enough that I was standing in the window working out with my weights while people were looking in to see the vibrant retail, and they didn't see anything they liked, I can tell you that. So I would not like to see this be outdoors in front of the building with respect to fitness. So that would be one amendment that I would make to the current motion. Another question I had is there's on page 118, you talk about requiring design. Speaking of design, Councilmember, designing planters with vegetation. And I didn't understand if that was a design guideline, a safety, or a beautification item, but I know that it's maintenance, which is more work for people. And I was wondering why we would be prescriptive about that for all parklets.
Well, while we're working on that second question, I just want to go back to the fitness one. So that's an area where it has changes in the guidelines and then also in the ordinance. So if your colleagues are supportive of that, we'd want to get that direction and spend a moment just to sort of understand where to make those changes throughout the documents. Okay. And then to your second question.
Yes, regarding your second question on including vegetation in the enclosure, that was a recommendation from the ARB last summer that we incorporated per their direction.
So it was part of sort of design and look.
Yes.
Okay. And in the small focus group that you did with 7 business people, was there any pushback on that relative to required maintenance and keeping plants alive?
My recollection is that discussion, that focus group predated the ARB, but there is a summary in the history of the program on, or no, it's at somewhere in here on what the feedback was, but I can look up specifically if there was pushback on the.
Well, I don't think I need to make a federal case out of it. I just wondered, it's more maintenance and more cost for the retailer. I just didn't know if that was going to be a barrier at all. Again, back on the size of the parks, you say that on page 97 that you could make a case by case basis, but the way that's written, that's not a policy, that's sort of an idea, because there's no criteria for what would be decided there or who would decide it or whatever. So if that's going to be in there, I think that has to be written up a little bit better in the ordinance. I guess you're saying that there's exceptions. So does that mean the planning director makes that decision or whatever?
So to be clear, that is not part of the ordinance language or the parklet program that is before the council tonight. Right. It's the alternative staff recommendation that would consider that we had talked about. So
okay.
Unless you're heading down that staff path, this doesn't apply.
Okay. Thank you. And you're also asking at some point to talk about potentially sort of a cap on parklets relative to the scale. The question is there. I'm not sure we need to address that tonight, but I think that was in the staff report, and it seems to me we'd have to have a broader discussion on that and maybe get some options from staff on. You talked about a mix of restaurant and retail and so on. And I got the impression you're saying if we go too far, it's going to all be filled up with restaurants. And I don't know if that's good or bad, but it seems like we should have some maybe separate debate on that at a different time. So I ask if that's okay, or you're asking for that guidance tonight.
We do not need that guidance now.
Okay, good. Let's see. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Oh, Mayor,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing's proposed amendment about no fitness, if he would like to proceed with that, would be an amendment to 2B on the motion. And you can just say at the end, excluding or no longer including fitness.
Can I ask a question also?
Yes.
So when we're talking about gyms and fitness, do we distinguish boxing gym and exercise gym?
No.
They're both very sweaty.
No. Yes, ma'am.
Isn't this a relic of COVID? We created parklets because we had a communicable disease and people still wanted to be able to work out and they still wanted to be able to dine and shop retail. So we had to create possibilities for such things to happen. But now we're moving forward with an ordinance that is about life in general. And so it feels as if fitness is sort of an anachronism from 2020. Do we still need it? If we had another COVID emergency, we would have emergency ordinances in place that would allow different things to happen outside to create the proper social distancing. It just feels like it was a cut and paste maybe from a time that we're not operating under now, and perhaps retail as well. Isn't it largely restaurants we're talking about? Wanting to create parklets for?
Yeah, but we allow other retail in how it's written, this is written up, but
I saw that, and I like that you pointed it out. Fitness clearly seems out of place in time right now.
yeah,
People don't need to be working out outside on sidewalks
Right.
anymore.
right.
Or in the streets. Main Street.
Main Street, yeah.
You know?
So I think if I'm being asked to accept the friendly amendment, it doesn't matter because my seconder's not going to. So I'm relieved of the duty to decide about the sweaty people. But I will, actually, I will accept your amendment if that's.
Okay, yeah, I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Tanaka?
So yeah, I've been listening to the different comments from the public, my colleagues. I think in general, I understand where people are coming from. I think where I'm coming from is, and I think we heard this maybe a few months ago at, I don't know, the retail reporter, I forgot when it was, but they did kind of like an analysis of our retail. And it's crazy competitive. I mean, I think that's reality from our own Stafford Shopping Center to other downtowns. People, I think, there's a time and place when our city downtowns were far ahead of everyone else's, right? There's a clear delta. And, you don't have to go to too many other cities to realize that's not true anymore. And so I think what's really important here is that we shoot for a really classy, a really well-designed, thought out kind of design. And it's something I've been talking about for a while, because right now you go there, whether it's Cal Ave or University Avenue, and it's like, you see all these temporary barriers, you see a mishmash of stuff. I mean, there's just, it's all over the place. And when we're trying to attract people, and yet people have options of going to places that are much more hip, much more vibrant, much more put together, we lose, right? And I think if you look at our downtowns, there's a record number of vacancies, right? And you can say, oh, that's everywhere, but it's not true. If you go to other cities, it's not like that everywhere. So I think we really should push hard on having high design standards and making sure that people comply to them, and making sure that they kind of exude the ambiance that we want people to have in our city. The second thing is on safety. In reality, it only takes one car to hit someone, and then we're done, right? From a lawsuit to this willingness of these kind of programs. I personally like this kind of outdoor dining and the vibrancy it brings, but it shouldn't come at the expense of safety, right? It shouldn't be one errant driver just kind of railroads into a bunch of people. So I think we need to make sure that it's safe, that the barriers are substantial. And I look at like what Mountain View did, and they did it a long time ago with Castrol. I mean, those projects are solid, right? I mean, it's gonna take a lot to kind of break those barriers, at least appearance wise. So I think that's something that we should be thinking about. And because we're also in this temporary state of flux of this is gonna be temporary, we're gonna solve world peace in 10 years type thing, versus like trying to be competitive and move fast and get some really well designed streetscape going. And I think we're compromised on our design and we're compromised on our safety. And then I forgot we had that comment earlier about the propane tanks in public. I mean, I don't think we want that, right? I think that's a fire code issue, from aesthetics issues. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, and then in terms of the fees, our city is not doing well fiscally, right? And I think this definitely, having this extra square footage is a big bonus to a lot of restaurants, and I think people should pay for it, right? I don't think we want to be losing money on this. I don't think we have to charge exorbitant fees. We want a vibrant downtown, so we want to encourage the right thing, but I don't think we should be losing our shit on this either. And then in terms of the topic about retail in front of others, I mean, there's just a question of fairness, of equity, people pay the big rent on University Avenue so that they're not in some dark alley somewhere, right? They want that frontage. And if you allow people to put their parking in front of your place, you're basically getting stuck into a dark alley, and that doesn't seem right or fair. So I think that has to be factored in considerably. And I know that there's a lot of kind of past precedents and all that kind of stuff, but stuff needs to be figured out, because I think that if the retailer can be vibrant, they're going to shut down, right? They're going to have a vacancy, and that's going to be a dark spot, and that dark spot will grow. So that's not a good thing. And in terms of enforcement, I think there's some people who have parklets and it's pretty pristine, pretty nice and neat, but there's others that are just not there, right? And we don't want rats, we don't want like a bunch of trash over the place. So I think having some uniformity of cleanliness, of just having a high standard that we're going to be, and I think the consultants we hired said it well. We want to be that kind of high standard downtown, right? That's what I don't think any of us here want anything else than that. But we have to make sure that we have the enforcement that makes that happen. So those are my thoughts, and so I think that yeah. So I think, I don't know if staff can comment a little bit on the fee schedule in terms of how far away from cost recovery are we on that? So we factor in the fact that we have to clean stuff up and you have to do enforcement and this and that. Like, how far away are we?
I think as a ballpark, with the figures that are reflected in your staff report, it's about 50% cost recovery. And again, it really depends on how many ultimately parklets are pursued. But as an order of magnitude, it's about 50% cost recovery. And to your point, that does raise some challenges with respect to our ability to both demonstrate ongoing enforcement, assuming that the remainder that's not cost recovery will compete with other needs.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of trying to keep things, keep kind of a high class downtown, which is what our downtowns historically have been. I think we should get something closer to cost recovery. So I don't know if the maker or second would be open to that idea. 50% seems awful low, especially given our financial situation. We're just raking the money. That's totally different, but we're not. Dipped into a BSR several times this year. So yeah, so I don't know, maybe like 80%. So we still lose it a little bit, but it's not so bad. I don't know if the second row maker would be open to a change like that.
Yeah, and you're saying 80% instead of 85%, right? Isn't,
Well, he said this through a 50% cost recovery.
no, I know, but you just said, oh, you want to go 80% cost recovery.
Yes.
Okay. What I was trying to figure out is what level of discount that would be. So if 15, if we'd have to double that.
Basically, I'm trying to like split the difference here. Like, we're at 50%, which seems like, wow, that's, we're struggling already with enforcement. Maybe we could kind of go halfway from that. So it's not like such a big gap like it is now.
Right. So previously, I actually had wanted slightly higher fees, but I, again, listened to my colleagues and was happy to go along with what was proposed. But I'll accept that and we'll see what our colleagues think.
Okay.
I accept it as well.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I thought the mayor brought up a really good point about design and trying to have some, higher design standards and also have it so that, we are the downtown that others have kind of exceeded us on now. And I don't have anything as concrete, but I guess it's more like, can we accelerate the streetscape design to get something that's, like people would feel good about investing in it longer term, putting the bigger dollars behind it, something that results in a downtown that we would, as we walk down the street, we'd be proud of. Like, wow, we don't have yet another water-filled barrel, as our bollard, right? Or yet another haphazard, whatever. Just so that when we walk our downtown and we compare it to our neighboring cities, it's not like, wow, Pulse has fallen way behind. It feels like that right now. It really does feel like we've fallen behind. So I kind of like the train of thought Armenia was saying. I don't know if you had anything in particular, but I'd like to see if we could move further beyond what we have right now, which is kind of a, like, I think the part of the problem is that because the design's not quite finalized, it's like, it's hard for people to put dollars behind this because they don't know. It's just temporary. It's just like, oh, maybe, a year from now we're going to change. And so you can't advertise the capital when you do that. So that's why I think we have to have something solid, a good design, so people can feel like, oh yeah, I'll invest in this because it's not going to change on me in 1 or 2 years, right? That's what I'm trying to get at, so that we can put the dollars behind. I think the dollars are available. The problem is that people with this cloud of uncertainty that's been dragging on for years now, nobody wants to put any money behind this because they don't know. They might be throwing it away for just 1 year of amortization. So anyways, I was trying to see if we could get something like that on this so that we can get moving on what we all want, which is the beautiful downtown.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Are you speaking of the bollards and the city provided thing?
That, but also just design standards, and so there's a sense of permanence, sense of uniformity, sense of a good design. Because right now we've been kind of like, well, it's going to take us another 2 years to figure out the design, and it might change. And then when you have this this crazy uncertainty, nobody wants to invest, right? And so we have all this temporary stuff going on. Everything looks like really haphazard. Looks like some sort of temporary carnival, and it's like, no, I don't think that's what we want, right? That's not what attracts visitors, not what attracts the retailers we want. That doesn't attract the vibrancy we want. So yeah, so I'm looking for like something where we can like kind of make people feel good about investing in this area.
So what are you asking
Yeah,
the maker and the seconder?
I'm asking that, but also I know you're the one who kind of got me thinking about this. So I don't know if you have something concrete. Otherwise, I could make something up on the fly. But I'm just trying to think of a way for us to move our design forward faster so that people don't have this crazy uncertainty that they have right now.
So yes, I did bring it up. It is just what John Shank had said about issuing a specific design standard for parklets, right? But we also heard staff say that it's going to take them a long time.
I know, but
And
it shouldn't though. I think we have to decide and move on. I think
right. But what I was kind of going to say later when it was my turn to speak was basically to ask if we move forward with what we have right now, the ongoing program, but at the same time for staff to work on a standard design so that when we go into a permanent, then perhaps they can have that standard design to work from. But I wasn't going to bring it up until.
Okay, well, my fear is just it's taking too long. And, longer it takes, more retailers we lose, more businesses we shut down, more like for lease signs we get, less investment people will do because they just don't know, right?
Right. But although they can still have their ongoing parklet that they have right now with staff working on a standard design.
As long as it's quick, right? As long as it's not going to take another 5 years or 10 years.
No,
or
I
something
don't think
ridiculous,
it
right?
should. But Councilmember Finker, you were going to say something.
Yeah, just on this point, I think in terms of the design, there's sort of three pieces. There's the individual parklet that the business owner runs. There's the bollards and things that the city puts up at the end of at least a Cal Ave. There's not so much on the others. And then there's the overall, what are we going to do with University Avenue design and what are we going to do with Cal Ave design? And those are longer term. But I think all three of those go to what you're talking about, which is to make us look like a top shelf, first class
Exactly.
downtown area. So the parklets are
And do it
just,
soon. Let's not take another couple years on it, right? That's my main point.
so the parklets are just a piece of it. And my thinking after my questions to staff and realizing there's kind of a dichotomy. We either go forward tonight and say we're going to have we've put our permanent parklet program into place, or we're going to do some design standards that will take longer. And what I'm thinking is that, the market should work because once they realize that they're going to be permanent, they're going to cost more, they're going to have to put more in it. We're doing these downtown programs. I'm okay leaving that to let the market work. But I do think that to the extent in the few places that the city contributes with some of the bollards or other things, that perhaps those we can say should conform from place to place to I don't know what the words are, but to some, high level quality suitable to our downtown. Other people might have better words, but.
Yeah. I'm not sure I have the right words per se, but I would like to see something like maybe like within a year, we can give a solid design standard of what it's going to be, something that, like what Beverly Hills has, or, some nice city, right? And make it so that people have a target that's not going to move on them and they can invest.
But are you suggesting that we don't take applications and move forward in the meantime?
No, I'm okay with that, but I guess my main point is we need something permanent, like a higher design standard than we have right now, and something that people can count on. That's not going to change on them.
But
And
you
so
would grandfather in the ones that were, and then we still have a hodgepodge.
I think the grandfather ones need to be upgraded. I think that's the honest truth. We can't just leave those around forever. I think we have to move forward and try to get a downtown that's more cohesive than it does right now.
So maybe what you're asking for is an amendment that would ask staff to come back with design standards and some way of grandfathering them in.
I'm not sure we want to grandfather the ones that are really terribly ugly. I think we want to upgrade them, right? We need design centers that are good so that people can invest in it. And if we're in this continual state of flux, nobody wants to invest because they're not sure, right? So yeah, what I'm advocating for is like for us to get a more permanent design faster, like 6 months or a year, right? Something fast, right? Not rather than the long path.
I kind of think if we're going to ask for a design standard, does that need to go to AR? I mean, what happens? Does it go to ARB? If, in John Shank's letter, he has 4 points that he makes. Number 2 is to issue a specific design standard for parklets to create a seamless, high-quality retail environment. And I think that's fine. I think it's actually good. But what would that take? We would continue with what the parklet program we have ongoing, would continue with it. But when we implement the permanent one, can we switch all the ongoing ones to the permanent standard design ones? And any new after that point to become the permanent standards?
Okay, so take what you have before you now, implement it. Those who come in would qualify on these standards. In the meantime, develop some unifying standards that new parklet owners or operators would have to comply with that standard. That's something you could do. And then eventually you'd phase over time, some consistency if you wanted a single design or if you wanted some variable designs. There's a fair amount of work in the concept, but that's up to the council, and I'll maybe. Yeah, so I haven't spoken to the Architecture Review Board on this particular point, but you know that these standards are currently not subject to the review. I do think that this assignment is, and again, I don't want to again speak for the ARB, but I think it's the kind of thing that they might actually enjoy getting involved in and making some recommendations to the city council about some parklet design standards.
So would you consider a referral to the ARB then?
Sure. Yeah, let's do that. And I think we should have a timeline. That's other things, not rather than just nebulous, oh, don't know when it's going to be ready. Something like concrete soon.
No, I think ARB would want to see something concrete soon too, but we still have to have our permanent, when it becomes permanent, March timeframe next year, right?
Yeah, what we're now billing is the ongoing program.
Okay, we're doing the ongoing.
But that's the problem, right? It's ongoing. It's all that. And so who's going to invest when it's like this nebulous thing, right? That's why I think we have to say it's going to be ready here. After the races, you can invest, you can put the capital in it, and feel like it's going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's refer to the ARB, and let's try to shoot for I would like to see a permanent one by, let's say, this time next year. I think that would be awesome. If you have a permanent standard by this time next year, I think that'd be a great target.
You're saying a permanent parklet program or a specific design standard for parklets?
Well, it's kind of both, right?
For the permit, well, you have to say that you're referring to specific design standard for parklets to the ARB to be completed by this time next year.
I'm not so locked on in exactly, when or not exactly how it happens, but more that it happens and it's done well. That's the main thing. And not too long.
So a couple of thoughts. One is, as we're working on the language for this, I think the typical direction is to direct staff to work with the Architectural Review Board as opposed to a direct referral to the ARB. So if we can include that. I do want to, note there are some workload considerations, and I'm not, available right now to really respond to. I know we have a big list of a variety of things to respond to the 4 council priorities, so I want to be mindful of that. That's not to say, as a roadblock, but I just think we need to also make sure that we're putting our resources where we want to be putting them. I hear very clearly, and I'm interested in getting something resolved quickly, and I'm happy to engage with the chair and the vice chair to see about getting an ad hoc set up with the Architecture Review Board, so that we can move things as quickly as possible. So what else is there? Timeline with the current program? Okay, so understanding that that's the direction that the council may make to staff to work on these, more uniform guidelines. What do you want to do about the ordinance and the parklet design standards that are before you this evening? That's, I guess, a question that we would need to understand. Are we putting that on pause? We're going to go forward. That's what I would need to know.
Yeah, I think it's okay to move forward. At least we have something. But I think the main thing is we have to accelerate the permanent one quickly. Ideally, I'd love to see it by December, but I know that's probably impossible. But a year from now, it seems like it should be possible.
I think Mr. Late is actually talking about our ongoing parklet program. We have to put forward the ordinance tonight in order to have it ongoing. So we're not stopping it, is what he wants clarity about. We're not pausing anything.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying I want to see a permanent one soon, right? Preferably, yeah, uniform. But this time next year would be awesome.
So I think I need to ask if Councilmember Venker will accept.
Yes, I will accept an amendment to keep the ongoing program as proposed and add a direction to staff to work with the ARB to come back with uniform design guidelines as quickly as possible. Is that?
I prefer a date, but good enough.
Yes, and I can't see item 3 because there's stuff on top of it.
I can't see it either. It says something.
Yes, I accept.
And as the seconder, my thoughts on this are twofold. I would love for staff to, I know they're in the middle of something right now. This is for them. So just to address the point as the seconder, what I want to say is that as it happens, the city of Beverly Hills has parklet design guidelines, and they describe this interest in these parklet design guidelines were developed with considerations to the Beverly Hills brand. It's a lovely way to say we know who we are and we know what the parklets have to look like in order to conform with who we are and to support who we are. I'm sharing this so that we don't think we have to reinvent the wheel. Maybe the Architectural Review Board can take a look at what they've done. We're, of course, a far better city, but we can start somewhere. The second thing is we do have a massive change to University Avenue coming, right? And so whatever we do with the parklets should be in furtherance of whatever is happening on University Avenue. So this timeline, this urgency of design standards within a year, I just want to be sure we're not on parallel tracks with the changes to downtown, the enhancements to downtown that are sort of also coming. Like this should all happen in a coordinated fashion so that we're not driving people nuts and ripping things out because we have a new plan in place. So that's the one piece that I don't think has been discussed enough tonight. Like, what's the timeline for that? And how does this fit with that?
Could we amend item 3 to say to create design standards, contemplating the upcoming renewal of University Avenue, or?
Yes.
So the timeline for the University Avenue Streetscape project is we're refining our concept plan lines and working with the stakeholders, the property owners of University Avenue area. We hope to be to council at the end of the year to get the concept plan line approved. It might be January. But that's the time frame as we're hoping to get there. End of this year, first thing next year.
Well, and given that though, and understanding the timelines for any public works project, and it's no offense, but those are years in the making, that I think it is somewhat unavoidable that there will need to be some leapfrogging or perhaps evolution of the aesthetics. I would also note that the parklet guidelines, as we're referring to, extend far beyond University Avenue itself. And so while a specific design concept and approach is expected along University Avenue, that there will be other areas of town, certainly downtown, but beyond downtown, that will be affected by the design standards we're talking about here.
And I don't think we need all of these parklets to match the new thing in great detail. We want them to show the individuality and uniqueness of the different offerings and the different restaurants. I think it's more of a quality thing. And, you know, when he talks about a palette, maybe they don't all have to match, but maybe within, there's some parameters and guidelines put around it that make the Palo Alto brand, whatever it is. So I think that those would be more flexible as the University Avenue and other plans, Cal Ave plans evolve. So I think they can build in that flexibility.
Thank you for accepting it. And we have Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a friendly amendment offer would be to exclude the closed portion of Ramona Street from this. I agree. I think earlier Councilmember Burt made a comment about the sequencing kind of being out of place here, and that's how I feel about including the closed session of Ramona Street in this when we haven't made a decision on that yet. On the permanent status of the closed streets of Ramona.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, are you saying to exclude them from the ongoing parklet program entirely, or the design guidelines?
The design guidelines. So hold off on that for Ramona Street, for the closed portion of Ramona Street on the design guidelines. On these.
I don't know that these design guidelines are intended to be highly prescriptive. They're just, I think, supposed to be, classy, so to speak. I'm sorry, maybe you can tell me more about your concern about Ramona as design-wise?
If we would have different design guidelines, it's getting late, it's been a long day, so I might not be articulating this well. I just think it seems like if an ultimate decision is made to keep California Street closed and that portion of Ramona Street closed, that it seems like those guidelines would be more likely to be similar than having a set of guidelines for a closed portion of Ramona Street and open portions of University Avenue. I'd want to keep that option open for the council to have that discussion at a later time.
I guess my concern is when I think about Ash Street around California or the parts of Ramona that aren't closed, or we have different design guidelines for the two halves of the street.
I don't imagine them being dramatically different, but like as far as sizing and other things go, there's parts of these standards that make sense for when cars are going by and when it's a closed street. So that's my thinking on it.
Thank you. I think of design standards as more the look and feel as opposed to the size. Am I wrong? So, yeah, so I guess I don't want to reject your amendment, but I don't really understand the need for it. And I'm afraid we might end up with differing standards in the same block. So I'm inclined to decline it. Yeah, I think I'll decline to accept that.
Councilmember Lowing.
I'll make this very brief. I think the issue here in terms of urgency is really more in the shorter term. To Councilmember Tanaka's comments, you correctly said that, a lot of these parklets don't look very good. And that's what we're trying to clean up ASAP because the pandemic is over. So I think we have to make this move with what we've got. And then add on the incremental design standards after that. So that's kind of how I see the sequencing work.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. First, I want to make a note on fees because we looked at that in isolation without talking about sales tax revenue. And the sales tax revenue from the additional dining space is really significant. What do we get? About 10% of the sales tax, is that right? That vicinity. And so $1 million in gross revenue is $10,000 to the city, which is far exceeding the fees for the parklets. So we were looking at that without that aspect of the equation.
Can I just ask you a question?
Yeah.
So are you contemplating that with our prettier, fancier, ongoing parklets that there will be just a lot more of them?
No, I'm just saying parklets in general. When you were talking about fees for these parklets and said, oh, there's this fee recovery, that excluded what we're getting in additional sales tax revenue from the additional dining revenue that's there.
Oh, I see. Additional as opposed to just the interior dining.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you talk to restaurants, they're saying, hey, this was a huge difference for them.
So is that factored in cost recovery or no?
Not the sales tax, but I would like to ask Mr. Guadliardo he has his hand raised, Mayor, if that's okay to have Steve speak to the sales tax piece. Steve?
Thank you, Director Late. And Councilmember Burt, I just wanted to respond to your point about sales tax. The number I heard you quote was 10% of sales tax, and really the number that the city gets is closer to 1%. So even though the customer or patron pays that 10% sales tax, most of that goes.
We don't get 1% of the sales tax. We get 1% of the gross revenue, which is 10% of the sales tax, which is what I said.
I'm muted. But if there's $1 million in gross funding, we end up getting about $1,000 in the Bradley Burns sales tax. So
we don't get 1% of
how it ends
sales
up working
tax.
out.
No, we get about 10% of sales tax, not 1%. We get 1% of the gross revenue.
I believe that's correct. Unless
it's
Mr.
sorry,
Guadliardo.
So go ahead, City Manager Shkata.
I believe the council member is correct. So unless you're making some other point.
I think the way I'm trying to frame it is there's the 9.75% sales tax, right? And so we get I don't know the best terminology to use, so forgive me, but like of that 9.75% as a flat percentage, $9.75 on a $100 bill, you would get $1 of that. That's all I was trying to articulate. And I think Councilmember Burt, that's probably what you were trying to articulate as well. That's the 10% we get.
I think that's
It's
a
real
violent
simple.
agreement. Yes.
Sales tax is nearly 10% of the gross revenue. We get about 10% of the sales tax. We get 1% of the gross revenue, not 1% of the sales tax.
Correct.
And
yeah, agreed.
Do we know how
That's
that?
what I said the first time.
Yeah.
All right. So
How does that affect the cost recovery? Do we know?
it means that when we are having parklets, we're getting a whole bunch of revenue as a result of the parklet that exceeds even what we're charging.
That's the piece. So I understand you. Thank you for your point about the gross tax. I'm just trying to get a qualitative, how much? So you're saying.
Depends on the restaurant, but if there are restaurants that are getting an additional $500,000, that's approximately an extra 5,000 that we're getting. If they're getting an extra $1 million a year in revenue, that's an extra 10,000 that we're getting. And for that reason, for that reason and the additional reason that we've had this discussion about that, and we've heard from our economic consultants, we just saw in the Mercury today that San Jose is saying to revitalize and not be a doom loop like San Francisco, they need to embrace and invest in broaden entertainment and dining and beverage. And that is what will help the other retailers, is getting people down there, that and people returning to the office. And our downtowns are relying on more people choosing to be there, even though we're shopping more online and we have more hybrid work. That vitality is the future. We can't keep looking at the past on this. And I do agree that really good investments in the streetscape are a big part of this, and we haven't done that yet. And I'm really looking forward to that. But kind of looking at this in a narrow way, we're trying, as Councilmember Tanaka said, we're competing with other cities in the downtown area, and that's both the quality and encouraging things that will bring people there, which includes this downtown dining. It's been one of the few things that has really lifted that, and that the community has generally repeatedly said, we really value this. And now we haven't talked about that much tonight. It's a community value as well to have a social experience in the downtown. And I think we're looking in the opposite direction when we're talking about a misdirected concept of cost recovery, leaving out the recovery, the revenue that is greater than all the fees we're charging. We left that off the equation, and we left off the conversation the value of that active downtown arena. Activity breeds activity. Yeah, so I would propose that remove that adjusted higher for approximately 80% cost recovery. And I would actually like to see that we drop this annual renewal fee. And that would put us in the range of Mountain View and Los Altos, competing downtowns nearby.
So I will second that. I'm persuaded that when we talked about the concern about cost recovery, we weren't, all of us, fully aware of the additional benefits that were coming from additional sales tax. And so for that reason, I will support this. If this is an amendment, I can't quite tell procedurally what's happening, but I'm trying to support that.
Yeah.
Well, I think I was perhaps to be given the option of accepting it myself.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But that's okay.
It's just the time and
It's
my
late.
relative novice status.
It's all good. But whether or not I will depends on two things that I don't know. One is, and because now it's coming back to me, I remember those charts we talked about this before, and we'd looked at all the comparative fees and whatever, and it felt like we were low. I mean, we could have it higher than this and still compete well. I think you're saying no, that we would be lower than that, but I don't have it in front of
Look
me.
at table 2 on,
Okay, let me go back.
Packet page 100. It's right there.
All right. And then the other question is just simply okay, right. Yeah, I missed that chart again. So it makes sense to me, but I want to make sure staff concurs that if you factor in sales tax, do you feel like there is cost recovery? And my question is then, where do the fees what I'm trying to figure out about the fees is, I assume the restaurants make more too if they have these, and that they're happy, and especially if we're going to have design standards and they get to be permanent and it's all good. So is this enough that it's going to discourage them from having the permanent parklets? I mean, is it a small percentage of their ultimate take? Because if it's such a small, I mean, this goes both ways, right? The fact that this is a good thing.
I will say that from my perspective, we want to do things to revitalize the downtowns.
Absolutely.
And that we not only, we can do both things. We can come out ahead fiscally and on a direct basis on these parklets, but more importantly, we come out ahead if the downtowns are vibrant and there are people returning there and the other retailers do better, everything.
I
So
agree
think
with all of that. I
Okay.
just don't know
So on
that.
that basis, that's my recommendation.
Thank you. And I just don't know that if this is, a tiny incremental difference between the 1580 relative to the overall receipts they get, if they care. That's what I'm trying to discern.
Can I get city manager?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. And I think an appropriate response or perspective would be to point out that this is really subjective. And it's subjective beyond the direct both costs and fees and the sales tax, to the extent that it also brings into play what you've heard in some of the comments and letters that you've received, reflecting the interest in a balance of both restaurant and retail needs. That, again, not to incite a debate here, but simply to give recognition to the alternative perspective that we've heard from retailers. We had a meeting with a number of downtown businesses that the mayor convened last week that pointed out interest in the parking as much as the parklet, and even some potential unintended consequences of retailers feeling like they needed to put parklet out as a defensive move from having a retail or restaurant footprint extend beyond their frontage. So again, the reactions and ultimately the economic impacts are somewhat speculative, recognizing that there are interests beyond the direct quantitative items we've got before us.
Well, I'll just say that there's both an objective and a subjective component. The objective one is the one that I was referring to on looking at our total revenue of fees plus sales tax. The subjective ones are the ones the city manager referred to, and both are true. But what we've seen from our own economic consultant, what we've heard and seen elsewhere in the region is that the key to downtown recovery is creating vitality. And there are retailers and others who look at this narrowly in terms of thinking that it's just about somehow the parking space in front of their retail business as opposed to how well the downtown does. And that's what I'm focused on, is the latter. And I think that what we've heard, including from our own consultants, is that a rising ship will lift everybody. Maybe not everybody equally, but a falling ship takes everybody down too. And what you want is the rising ship. And that includes our own investment in the streetscape, which I fully support. But that's my reason for this. Maybe we need to try to move ourselves forward here.
Yeah,
I would like that. So
Councilmember, if I could ask you to hear the argument on this point from, I think I see Councilmember Tanaka's light also on. Did you want to speak to this, Councilmember?
I do, yeah. So I'm all for a vibrant economy, so I'm definitely game for that. But I also think it's important that we have a clean downtown. We don't want much trash there. We want it attractive. We want, we have to make sure we have enough staff to staff it. So, I mean, I've heard from staff that, they already feel a little bit under resourced, or they could use more budget. Where does that budget come from, right? We're already dipping into our BSR. So we dip into our BSR more. Is that what's going to happen? So I'm not saying, because I definitely want to stimulate the economy here. And so I didn't think about the sales tax. I do think that's actually a good point. But maybe what's a better way of doing this is, maybe if we keep the adjusted hire to be 80% cost recovery, which means we're still losing 20%, but we could factor in the sales tax because maybe that covers it, right? I don't know. But I think to have something that's totally untethered where we have, there's no attempt to try to get the revenue to kind of match some of the cost. I think that's the problem I have, right? It's if we don't, and we may find actually the fee would be lower if you factor in sales tax. I don't know, but I want to make sure that we're not dipping into the coffers too deep on this. So that's where I'm coming from on this. So it's kind of hard for us to all do math right now, but maybe perhaps staff could do the math and figure out, what is 80% cost recovery? Is it higher the fees than we have now? Is it lower the fees? I don't know, but it shouldn't be untethered. That's my main point.
I think I will accept the friendly amendment to delete the adjusted hire to be approximately 80% cost recovery with all due respect, Councilmember Tanaka, because if by whatever means they calculated this, if it's said to be 50% and we are at the numbers in table 2, it worries me if that would go up by 60% to get to the 80% number. So I think I will accept that friendly amendment. On the drop, where'd it go? Drop the annual renewal fee. Do you want to drop it to an amount akin to Redwood City? Or do you mean drop it altogether? It's a question.
Well, if I wouldn't compare it to Redwood City, next highest, we look at Los Altos has none, Mountain View has $205. So.
Yeah, I know, I'm just asking.
So I'm answering your question. I'm saying I'm not interested in Redwood City.
Okay.
I'm interested in dropping it all together or put it closer to Mountain View. So
Okay.
I would say $250 annual renewal fee, which would put us above Mountain View.
I'll accept that.
Okay.
All right. Same.
Okay. All right. Trying to move us forward here. On the non-dining parklets, we had a proposal from the Nordic Innovation Center who wanted to do a public space parklet, and we didn't have a mechanism to allow that. And I don't see anything in here that would do that. I know that I had spoken with the city manager, and I thought staff was receptive to how do we accommodate something like that when somebody wants to create a really positive public space and they would pay for it, and we're prohibiting it. And they wanted to do this last time this came forward, and we didn't have a mechanism because at that time we only said dining, and now we've got dining and retail, and we threw in exercise, but we didn't include the really good thing. So if to accommodate something like that, well, it's a one-off right now, we could either have the language in there that language that will allow staff to, on a discretionary basis, approve other purposes, or we could have it for a space that is predominantly as a public amenity. Would either of those work? I'm asking that of staff. I mean, they're not talking about, it's not anything they make money off of. They're just talking about giving it to the community.
Well, yes, and as we had a initial discussion of it, I think what becomes somewhat challenging to define tightly is that the use that would be providing this space is inherently an office use, and not wanting to open that floodgate for office uses to create parklets. So it really does sound like a very unique situation that perhaps it's simply something that we need to understand more specifically and then seek some type of one-off approval.
Okay, well, I was hoping and expecting that that was going to be incorporated this time. We keep, another 6 months and I don't have a response to that. So why doesn't staff try to think if there's some language we can incorporate that would give staff the latitude to approve something along the lines of a public amenity.
Right. Let's see, somewhere in here to authorize staff to work with the Nordic Innovation Center to apply principles of the program for an encroachment or something to that effect.
Okay. And then I think lastly, I want to go to this issue of whether we're going to change the current circumstance and differ from other communities and say we won't allow sidewalk dining if you have a parklet. Right now we do that. Mountain View allows it, Los Altos allows it, Redwood City allows it, Menlo Park allows it, and we'd be the outlier despite having wider sidewalk clearance of 8 feet. And so I would propose that we eliminate that restriction.
Well, so first of all, I'll accept the amendment to authorize staff to work with the Nordic Center to apply principles for that. And then this is a second one. I am inclined to agree. I didn't understand though the staff response before. I know you had one as to why you had that, why there's that dichotomy. Could you just repeat that for me? So,
I'm not sure we gave you a very clear answer on that. So,
all right, then.
You know, but I think there's a number of factors in there. Some factors related to either congestion, appearance, you know, I don't really know what it is, but I will note this. To get a, so staff doesn't have any objection, I'll just say that, to the policy. If you want to do that, by all means, we support you on that. Maintaining that 8-foot clear and all that requirement. I will note that the process is a little different for sidewalk dining than it is for parklets. On a sidewalk dining, that is an architectural review board approval process, you know, which is fine. We do that, but I would just want the council and the public to know that there's 2 processes to process the 2 different outdoor dining types.
Okay.
Thank you for that response. And I feel better now that I didn't understand it before, saying it wasn't so clear. So yes, I'm happy to accept that amendment and we'll understand that there are 2 different processes.
I do want to state that, so if we're going to say that you can, if you don't have parklets for dining, but they want to do it on their sidewalk for dining, then is that a free program? Them putting tables out there?
We've always allowed sidewalk dining.
Yeah, so it is an encroachment permit to put tables and chairs on the sidewalk, and we have some standards that are in place.
So that they're not cluttering the sidewalk, the food is not dropped, somebody can slip on it, or all of that.
We have existing rules in place for all that.
No, yeah, because, you know, I mean, we use our sidewalks for walking and
Yeah,
I don't
but
want to
we've
walk
had this
single
always.
file all the time, or the people with walkers can't do it properly. So I just want to make sure that they don't move all their furniture out, like during the pandemic.
We've always allowed sidewalk dining. Every other city around here allows sidewalk dining. We have a wider requirement than the other cities, 8 feet instead of 6.
Yeah, but somehow the restaurant folks keep encroaching and
That's
moving it
enforcement.
out.
That's a different
Yeah,
issue. That's
no.
enforcement.
But that's the whole thing. Our enforcement, I mean, we have to be much more vigilant with that. In any case,
All right.
are we done?
Well, I want to ask staff about one other thing. There were 2 references in the report about bike racks and or one about bike racks and possibly charging the parklets for bike racks. I just want to say, we want biking downtown and we want to provide, and we've had this as a long time policy to facilitate bike racks in the downtown areas. And so I don't think that we want to do anything that says we want to bear that on business parklets. We simply we have a program to fund bike racks on the public spaces, and we want to embrace it. And everybody who bikes downtown frees up a parking space. Talk about the value of parking spaces. The most cost-effective thing we can do on parking is have people who walk or ride to downtown. So I don't know, do we need to have a reference in the motion? Because I don't think that's in the proposed attachments, if I recall correctly.
So, yeah, so that was again something that we did as part of the pandemic in the last, and then the plus years after, is we removed these bicycle
I'm
facilities.
sorry, I'm not hearing you clearly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so we relocated bicycle facilities as part of, this ongoing temporary parklet program. That was in there to accommodate any future relocations of bicycle fees or bicycle facilities. We can remove it. It would just be a cost that the
Is that,
city has
that's
to bear.
in the attachment?
It's in the attachment A.
Yeah, so I would propose we remove any reference to charging parklet renters for the need to relocate and or add bike facilities.
I'm good with that.
Okay, I think that covers it for me. Thank you.
I don't see any more lights.
Actually,
Oh, I think Councilor Tamara.
one last one, just in terms of enforcement, because I agree with you as well. Like sometimes tables kind of creep out there, right? How do we get enforcement going? Because I think we even we've come up with some new rules here, and we'll come with other ones. How do we make sure that at least the ones we have are followed? I don't know if staff has thoughts about it, or are we covered? Are we good? Or do we do something in here for that?
You're talking about the rules or the guidelines that we're talking about tonight, how we enforce
so
those.
as an example, right? Or the one that our mayor was saying, right? Which is like sometimes the people are really aggressive, and then the sidewalk gets really, really narrow.
Oh, for the sidewalks.
Well, I'm talking about more in general, but as an example, right? The sidewalks, or the ones that we're coming out with tonight, right? So I'm talking about both. I'm just talking about enforcement in general. How do we keep it consistent?
So what's been happening is applicants submit their application with their drawings. They say they have 8 feet. We go out and check, if they're actually 8 feet. Sometimes there's not, and we tell them you can't have sidewalk dining, there's not 8 feet. And some restaurants put them out there anyways.
Yeah,
later
so
after the fact.
how do we fix that, right? That's the question.
So as part of the program, council added a half-time position in Public Works Department. So we can hire someone that's going to be dedicated to parklets and focus on these. So.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if you take the vote.
I'm sorry, Mayor, not
Yes,
to
yeah,
delay this, but I want to ask the clerk and the council if the recommendation on the sidewalk and parklet is in this motion.
I don't see it. I hate to say.
Allow sidewalk it's on A1.
A1, oh, this one. Oh, okay. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Mr. Shimizu?
If I may, if the clerk can delete 1B, the parklet fees are all dealt with in 2C. So it's just redundant.
And if I might note, 1A2, isn't that repeated down below under 5?
Yeah, so 5 can be deleted.
I think it's may be appropriate to keep it as 5 and delete it from 1A. Well, either way.
That's fine too. Perfect.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. And this concludes this item. And so it's 10:32 PM. I wanted to ask council members if we want to hear item 11. We have item number 9, which is the item that we pulled from consent. Do we want to do item number 11 after that? Yes.
Well,
City
let's see.
Manager.
So
We are
I'm
here
sorry,
tomorrow
just for
night, too.
clarity, would we lead with 9? I think that was staff's recommendation, given time sensitivity between the two.
Yes, that's what I understood. So is council members good with sticking it through both 9 and 11 or just 9 and continuing 11? Okay,
The
we'll
latter.
continue 11 and we'll finish up with 9. 9 is on the consent calendar. Okay, 9 is accept the Human Relations Commission recommended contingency plan for the distribution of $200,000 in additional funding for the FY fiscal year 2024, 2025 Human Services Resource Allocation Process recipients. This was pulled off the consent calendar, so we're going to discuss that now. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Ku, Minka Vanderswag, Manager, Office of Human Services, and I am joined tonight by the Chair of the Human Relations Commission, Coloma Smith. We have a short presentation for you, and then we will be open to any questions that you might have. So tonight we are talking about the contingency plan for the Human Services Resource Allocation Process, known as HSRAP. Next slide, please. I'd like to just quickly go over the background just to let you all know how we got here today. The first is the chair has asked me to talk a little bit about the HSRAP application and submittal process. That was revamped for the first time in my tenure with the HSRAP program, which has been over 10 years. We had heard feedback that it was really cumbersome, especially for small nonprofits that did not have full-time development directors. So a subcommittee of the HRC, of which the chair was a part of, and myself, we called together current HSRAP grantees and other nonprofits in the community who may not have applied for HSRAP before to get their feedback on the process. And it was a wonderful meeting. They gave us lots of great suggestions. I also spent extensive time looking at other cities that have grant programs with general fund dollars to look at those processes and applications. And then my colleague in Human Services and I revamped the entire application. We also took it in-house to Human Services. It followed all the tenets of the RFP process, but it was managed by Human Services staff. So we had a great website that listed the application, and we heard from applicants afterwards that it was like night and day as far as the application process, and that showed through. We sent the proposals out in December. They were due in January, and we got the most applications that we have ever got to the HSRAP process. That was 25 applications from 24 agencies. So the next process, which is usual that we do, is that an ad hoc committee reviews the applications. That's an in-depth process that the chair will speak to in a minute. Those recommendations go to the full HRC, and that happens in March. And then those that passed the HRC as far as recommendations were included in the proposed operating budget for fiscal year 24, which you all reviewed and was approved in June of 2023. The HRC wanted to anticipate the possibility of a contingency for an increase to his rep. They looked at in the nominations of 100,000 and 200,000. His rep had received increases in other years, and they just wanted to be proactive and really put some good thinking into what they would do with an increased allocation. They did that in April as far as the subcommittee was concerned, and they brought that back to the full HRC later in April. So as you know, council approved a $200,000 increase to his rep for the fiscal year 24 budget in June. And here we are today to give you the HRC's contingency plan. And I will turn it over to the chair. Next slide, please, who will go over the proposal evaluation process.
Thank you so much, Council, for taking time to allow us to speak on this. The HRC takes this extremely seriously, and particularly I, as the chair, haven't experienced overzealous or overreaching parties on the HISRAP process in the past. We've become very diligent in making sure that our proposal evaluations are as unbiased and is focused on what is exactly on the paper. We made sure that we met the key proposal criteria, which was be complete and meet a service listed on a priority as needs, make sure that Palo Alto residents are beneficiaries, demonstrate effectiveness in reaching out and serving vulnerable and underserved population, ability to diversify funding sources beyond the city of Palo Alto, and demonstrated experience and effective methodology for performing services. The process in place to evaluate the goals and tools of the proposed services, accessibility and affordability. Critical part is that we also this year on the last two rounds of HISRAP, so this round and the last round, we actually have a community member as part of it. We realize that everyone that applies to HISRAP is a valid and important part of the ecosystem of service that is provided in our city. Next slide, please. Contingency plan methodology. So when we got the original piece, we had a 40% increase in applicants. There was 70% more requested than we actually had in the till to fill. So when we came back to contingency, we started looking at a few things. Track record as demonstrated in the HISRAP program. So if you had worked with the HISRAP program or had worked with the city before, received the funding you received there. We also started looking at the amount of individuals in the programs that were impacted, that were written on the paper. Remember, HISRAP is not an unrestricted fund that is given to an organization. It is a restricted fund that is given to a specific program that is written on the paper. So as we went through the process, we were looking at that. And I also want to be clear, there were organizations that in the previous round, we had talked about the quality of their application. And we had said, you know what, you need to do better, you need to be more clear, you need to have better definitions, you need to do this. They went to the next round, which is this round that we just did, and they dramatically improved the quality of what was written on the application. We don't make a value assessment on an organization. We only make a value assessment on what we see when we get into that room. Next slide, please. As you can see, we have everything written here. Do you want me to read it all out, or do you want me, or has everybody familiar with this piece? Okay. As you can see, we have tried to keep as many of the agencies at what they were receiving before or what they requested. We have two agencies that unfortunately have declined receiving funding from us. The first is the Palo Alto Renters Association, because their main person that would have executed the work that the funding requested is going on to higher educational opportunities. The organization felt like they couldn't fulfill that. Cassie received news from PAUSD that that they were going to go in-house on all of their mental health programming, so that they would not need the funding because they're an in-school program, and unless PSUSD invites them in, that is it. So those are the only changes there. And any other questions on the funding? On the proposed contingency that's on the screen.
Councilmember Liska Kames.
First of all, I want to thank you, Chair Smith and Ms. Vanderswag, for all of your tremendous work in bringing the HISRAP forward for this year's allocation. I am proud to be the council liaison to the HRC, and I was there in March, right there. Well, you were up here, I was down there when y'all decided who was going to get what. And you indicated, you were allocating the 622,000 and would create a contingency plan in the event council saw fit to increase the amount. And like you, I'm sure I was delighted to see council increase the amount. And let's note that the original allocation was 622,000 and council added an additional 200,000, which is almost 1/3. It's a huge increase.
We're grateful for that. I know.
I think we're all delighted that that was possible. There were 3 organizations originally in March that did not receive funding: Ada's Cafe, Adolescent Counseling Services, and Blossom Birth. It looks like Blossom Birth has dropped out of the process, but Ada's and Adolescent Counseling did want to move forward. I do take your point that you are not evaluating an organization on its merits, but more narrowly on the quality of the application put forth.
Yes,
I do appreciate that. I'm hearing that. Nevertheless, I was surprised to see that when a second round was essentially offered, when the additional monies came, that Ada's and Adolescent Counseling Services both did so poorly in that, what I'll call the second round, particularly with 2 grantees pulling out, Counseling and Support Services for Youth and Palo Alto Renters. There was an additional amount of money, in theory, available to Ada's and to Adolescent Counseling. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to give the 2 that were not initially funded a good portion of their request. The numbers as I see them look like this, and this is what troubles me. 22 organizations were funded. Total requested was 1.1 million. Total allocated was 851,000. The average allocation, when you look at those 22 orgs, I just divided the 1.1 million by the 851 by the 1.1 million. 76% is the average amount funded. Okay. Some of the orgs received 100% of their request. The average was 76%. Ada's received 17%. Adolescent Counseling received 25%. Like I said, the average was 76. These are the 2 low-lying outliers. Every other organization received at least 56%, more than half of what they requested. So it just seems that we decided to let Ada's and Adolescent Counseling Services have a little bit this year in a year of largesse, and treated the other 20 far more generously, bringing many of them up to 100%, when we're really holding Ada's and Adolescent Counseling back at 25% in the case of one and 17% in the case of the other. So I'm just trying to understand why.
Okay. Very valid point. I mean, if I was analyzing it and I wasn't in the room for the 20 hours, I would have the same exact question. I'll start with adolescent services. They proposed last year, they did 0 students in the city of Palo Alto with no PAUSD support. They requested, they said they were going to serve 75 students this year with no plan on how they were going to get the 75 students. In a year where Casey, and we also knew that the school system had already pulled in the evaluation period, and Casey actually put this in their application for middle school and younger kids, they'd already pulled the contract to bring it in-house. So what was the mechanism was the question there. When we started looking, and just so you're clear, for people with special needs, almost 20% of the funding from his RAP goes to people with special needs. So we did not ignore people with special needs in general in the whole his RAP process. The challenge when we sat with ADAS was the way it was described on the paper was for $75,000, it was going to impact 10 employees. We were going to end up, and they said we were going to get to 12. So we were looking at an investment of city dollars for $6,250 per person that was going to be impacted. When you looked at other programs that were helping people with special needs, and the dollars spent by the city would impact more. I know, and like I said, this is a case of what you put on the paper. I've been to ADAS. I know that's great. You walk in, the people are there. I know they're catering, they're great impact. But when you put on the paper and we get in the room and we're 70% down and we might get extra 200,000, we're saying, how do we dedicate almost $7,000 per person to this one entity at this moment, as it was written in the grant that was given to the committee?
Do you have a process of giving feedback to the applicants? If so, did that take place? When ADAS came back, did they seem to have a better understanding of what the quality of the application should look like?
We usually wait until the application process is completely over, and then any of the applicants are free to come with us, since it's still, this part of the funding is still waiting to be approved. I mean, there's not a process for them to change their application while the RFP is still open. So, but I am happy to meet with any grantee after the whole period is done to discuss that. And I have done that in the past. I just want to do one clarity about the adolescent counseling services. So that is not so much a counseling program, it is a drug diversion program. And I'm not saying that to lessen the impact or anything of the program. I just wanted clarity that it was an alternative program for youth that get referred by the school district to be able to go to ACS and have this program. And we truly believe it's a quality program, but the chair just explained the concerns that the review committee had. But I just wanted the clarity. It's ACS, but it wasn't like it was a mental health program that was taken away. But obviously, sometimes mental health programs lead to substance abuse.
Thank you. I'm over time. I'm going to let my colleagues ask questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. I'll just note that ACS is listed twice, and the outlet program was funded at almost 90%. Now it's 100%. So that's in addition to the ASAT program.
That's correct. They chose, it was very interesting, their tack that many of our grantees have multiple programs.
No, I understand that.
And
I just
they
want to
chose
note
to
that
apply separately. It was maybe just a strategy that
But when
they employed.
my point was that when we were talking about ACS, it's not only that under the ASAT program, they got 25%, they got 100% of the outlet program. That's what I was trying to point out.
And that goes back to the methodology that we use. Since we're not funding an organization, we're funding what is written on the paper for the program, since it's a restricted fund program. So one program from ACS got fully
Understood. I
funded.
just want to note
Mhm.
that for the record, though.
Yeah.
So then the other thing I do want to say is I went through all of these awardees. They are all really valuable.
Phenomenal organizations.
And it points to a discussion that we had in the Finance Committee. We had a very extensive discussions on this, and I assume staff was aware of the Finance Committee discussions. And one is really what level of commitment we as a city should be doing going forward, what percentage of our general fund should go to these services. And when I looked at this, it really represents really strong needs. Our city contributions are just a fraction of their budgets, but city contributions in many cases are highly leveraged, that their other donors are looking for skin in from the city. So I also then want to go back to, because at the Finance Committee, we unanimously really were concerned about ADA's being, I think, the only one that got zero funding, and now they're after we gave another $200,000, and we expressed that we strongly were hoping that ADA's would be reconsidered in a substantive way. And I'd characterize it is that they got, 17%, kind of a very small amount. And as we've seen in their written comments to us, I mean, this organization that has had a really valuable service to not only the disabled adults who work there, but it is really the touch point of the entire community to disabled adults. This is where we interact with them, normalize these relationships, build empathy toward them. It really builds empathy toward a lot of these sorts of needs. And I know, for instance, Ability Path does great work. I think they only have, the record only have one Palo Alto resident that they're serving. That doesn't mean we shouldn't support them, but ADA's has a high percentage of Palo Alto residents they're supporting. So I think my colleagues on the Finance Committee were surprised and disappointed that they didn't receive the level of additional support that we certainly were supportive of. And that was part of our discussion on why we went all in on the additional $200,000. So a question I have, and I think it may be my colleagues, if we want to remedy that to some degree, because frankly, I'm concerned that this institution that we have valued, they don't have the low-income kitchen anymore. They're really in jeopardy. And are we going to allow them to not continue potentially to either have the services that they provided in the past, or hopefully not be in jeopardy of not continuing at all? Is that something that we want to allow to happen if we can help? And it's not something I want to see happen.
Council member.
Yeah.
There has been precedent set by the city and the council before that certain organizations present significance to the community that outside of the grant process, the city has worked out additional funding for them. An example of that would be YCS, which comes through his RAP, but also receives a second tranche of funding from the city, because there is a value to that organization for what it does for youth in the city.
So I'm aware of that and have been part of that. So a question tonight is is that something that would have to be agendized separately? Or how would we go about supplementing this funding, given that we're disappointed in the way that the HRC responded to kind of what we hoped would occur, and the additional funding that we provided in part in an expectation that they would be listening to us?
You know, when I look at some of the funding choices we made, for example, if you look at Project We Hope, at the scale that we had funded them initially for homeless showers, because homeless is a significant issue, and some people, we know that a significant population, they're not willing to come from over Middlefield, Midtown, that area, and go all the way to Opportunity Center. They were going to come out, I think it was once a month. The extra funding that you gave us now allows them to think it's 2 or 3 times a month to a whole side of town. So those were the kind of decisions, you know, we didn't take it lightly, but when we started saying, do we deal with whatever the stand-up count is of 200 or something people that live in cars or homeless, that don't have a place to shower, that live on one side of town, that don't want to go all the way to Opportunity Center and give them showers, you know, so those were the kind of decisions.
And I said that I found all of these groups to be having real value and merit. So that's not in dispute. So
if I could, yes, Councilmember, I think you've got a few options. Maybe I'll start from the simplest to the little more in terms of work ahead. If you wanted to act tonight, I think given what you have in front of you, the primary option would be to add funding, let's say specifically to ADAs, and reduce proportionally or through some other means allocation to other organizations. So that could be accomplished tonight. Another option would be well, maybe on the other end of the extreme, if the council wanted to use unallocated or unappropriated funds through the budget stabilization reserve, that would need to be direction for staff to come back. With that particular source, there would be a supermajority requirement given that it's non-appropriated funds. The third option would be to use council contingency, which again would still require us to come back on consent in either of the latter 2 options, but that would be approvable with a simple majority.
Thank you. That's real helpful. So my preference would be option number 2, additional funding directed toward ADAs from the budget stabilization reserve. And I really have 2 questions from colleagues. What level, what amount of funding? And then as we vote on this, that would indicate whether we have a supermajority support. So I want to, I don't know, Councilmember Lithcott Ames, what did you have a dollar amount that you were thinking of?
Well, thank you, Councilmember Burt. I think, you know, if the average is 76%, I'm just trying to pull up my calendar here, my calculator, I mean, ADA's asked for 75,000, they received 12. So to take what, you know, what is for them to receive the median, 76% of 75,000 is 57,000. So subtracting the close to 13, or the 12, 45.
Okay, so
yeah, that would be $44,550.
So round numbers, if there's support from colleagues, I would move that we request that staff return on consent with a allocation from the BSR for 45,000 for ADAs.
I'll second that.
Great.
Okay, we have motion from Councilmember Burt and a second from Councilmember Vinker. Do you want to speak to it? Councilmember Vinker?
But sorry, my light had been on from before my questions are answered, so no.
Okay, Councilmember Lowy?
Yeah, I was gonna say before that I appreciate the fact that you go on a project basis. But sometimes projects influence the whole organization. I happen to know a bit about ADAs because we looked at them in Rotary. I'm on the sort of same committee that you're on for the Rotary side and did a grant to them. But this may not even be the same project, but the reason that you have to look a little bit beyond the projects is that if these 6 people were invested, if they were investing in these 6 people to start up this business that they're starting, then that's like startup. You got to have capital to get that thing going, and it starts to bring in revenues that pays back. So I don't know if that was a project or if that was even it, but I think there's some extenuating circumstances with this organization. On the motion itself, I'm more inclined to go with I think there was option 1 of just reallocate this because we already added 200,000 on top of the 800,000. And now we'd be adding another 25% on top of that. And these folks haven't been given this money yet. We're still approving it. So
If that's a proposed amendment, can I respond?
Sure.
And I just don't think it would be well received to take all these recipients who believe they've been awarded these amounts and chop them even by a modest amount. I don't think that would go over well.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's kind of unfortunate then that all the notifications went out before we approved it. No.
Well, all of the amounts are public record when we come in front and make the recommendation to council. So people watch the meetings and have an expectation from the meetings.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I be supporting the motion. I mean, any increased funding for his rep, I support. I just want to thank the HRC for this work. I myself have sat through several meetings with Minka and staff and other commissioners and applicants, and it is a beast to get through. As the chair said, you spend 20 hours in those meetings. You know this process better than anyone. And so I want to thank you for that. I'm glad we have a solution here that's going to honor the recommendation of the HRC and the work that you put in, but allow us to be able to increase the funding and be able to provide maybe some greater equity for Ada's Cafe that does such a great service for the community. And I think this does help because I know the HRC is always cognizant of consistency from year to year. And so I think hopefully too, this will create a better precedent moving forward as well for ADAs to be able to show that this money is going to be put to good use to be able to serve the city.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for all your guys' work. I know it's like crazy late right now and really appreciate it. We don't have that eye chart anymore, but on that chart of all those different organizations, are all of them in terms of focus on Palo Alto? I mean, is all of them focused 100% on Palo Alto? So like all of that goes to help the people of Palo Alto? Or are there any organizations that are outside our area?
The way his rap works is the organization could be located anywhere, but the program that you apply for has to impact Palo Alto residents.
Okay.
And we actually ask for an exact number of people that are impacted in the city of Palo Alto by the program directly.
Sure. Okay. I actually thought you guys were very thoughtful in terms of what you guys were trying to do. It's hard, right? I mean, these all seem like good causes, but we have to make choices. And sometimes it's better to, I don't believe in the idea of like the spring peanut butter all over the place. I think it's actually better to have some more than others, because it sounds, at least what you're saying, that you were trying to think about which one's going to give the biggest return on investment, which one will. And you talked about the number of people impacted. And I think that's right. At least for me, that's the right metric. And so I like what you guys did. So I think that's the right choice. And also, we've already dipped into abuse art quite a bit already. We already increased this by 200K. And we all know the financial state of our city, which is not great at this very moment. So I'm siding with my fellow council member Lowing on just reallocating versus dipping into our BSR yet again. Because this is the people's money, and I think we have to be mindful. We want to get the maximum return on investment. I think that it seems like small money, but there's a lot of small money all over the place that we do like this. And yet then we have to raise utility rates. We have to raise fees on people. And that also has an impact on our community, right? A lot of people had layoffs this year, as we probably know. We had several bank failures in the area, including Silicon Valley Bank. So things are not terribly rosy, yet I think we need to be responsible with people's money. So I don't think I could support this. I don't think there's support for a substitute motion, but anyways, I think we need to hold a line, and we need to treat the people's money like our own money. I don't think we would be doing this if we were also in the same state as the city.
The one thing I will say is that during times of financial hardship in cities, the community looks for government to support it and really reimburse it. I don't think, to your point, I don't think it is a fluke that the year that we had the most requests and the most dollars requested is the year that people felt the most financial pressure. So I think I can only operate by what you give me. You have way more latitude, but from a human perspective, how we treat humans in the city, that's the biggest investment we have. So how we take care of people, I can't generate any more money, but if you have a reserve and you don't take care of people.
Councilmember Finker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ku. And I too wanted to thank our staff and our chair for being here late tonight and for all the work you did on this. I have chaired endowment committees that make much the same kind of decisions, and it's impossible. It really is. What we should celebrate as a city is that we do have this wealth of organizations doing such compelling work that they make your choices hard. I seconded this motion because I agree with the point Councilmember Burt made that I don't want to now go back and take away a little bit from each. I think for a city of our size, for the price tag of $45,000, not to antagonize or not antagonize, but disappoint, I guess, these people who, put in there, went through the process and got a number. I'd like to stay with this. But I'd also like to point out that I think what Chair Smith said about certain organizations having certain other value to the city. And in the case of ADA's, yes, it helps us build empathy and relationship, but it also sort of educates us about the abilities of the employees there. And it helps us learn. It helps us get a fabulous food and an uplifting experience and just all kinds of other positive things to the community that ADA's does with other groups. And when I watch them give out sandwiches to the chalk artists at the fair, there's so much beyond what they do at their cafe that is valuable to this city. And I think recognizing it to keep the morale, to keep it going, to keep it in business, and to say thank you, I think is appropriate. I did have a question though about just the process. One of the things that, it took me a couple of years, and you may already do this, you may be way ahead of me, but in looking at grant applications and deciding what to do with them, one of the things I would do with applicants is sometimes to say, if we are forced to scale back, if we cannot meet, because the requests are beyond our budget, what can you live without? What can't you live without? Where, help us if we have to do that. And I don't know if that's part of your process. I don't need to know, but I just wanted to throw that out.
It is part of our process. So each, we do about 2 to 3 rounds of review. So we do our initial run through, and we come back and do another run through, and then we send questions to every applicant. So since 8 is the discussion, they mentioned something that was amazing in their application about the kitchen. They were going to do an ability path and really caught the attention because we felt like that could impact more people. And when we sent the sent the question, they said, that's not the program that we are currently applying for. So we asked those questions, like also, for example, and I'll use We Hope as an example. We said, you asked for 100-something thousand. Can you offer, how much is it per day to run the shower? And how much can we get for them to do that? So when you see a lot of these numbers that are on there, we've asked those questions to try to figure out, like, how do we get some value or any value from it?
And I think that just sort of underscores why it's appropriate to do this allocation separate from because you are looking at what was on the paper. It was a specific thing. You made a judgment after a lot of hours and a lot of questions. And so what we're saying is, great, we're going to do something separate because of the value to the community at large. So anyway, thank you for your work.
Mayor, actually, that comment from Councilmember Vinker raised the point that I would like to request clarification on. Would it be council's expectation that, assuming that the motion goes forward as presented, that the additional funding would be administered consistent with HISRAP program, which involves grant management and performance reporting requirements? Because if it were not, that could present some additional uncertainty as to how it would be administered.
I'm fine with that.
Do you need the verbiage for that, Madam Clerk?
Just a clarification, Councilmember Byrd, you meant that to be for fiscal year 24 and 25 for over the 2-year HISRAP process. Is that correct?
Yes.
Councilmember Lifcock Ames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to underscore and reiterate what my colleagues have said in terms of gratitude toward the commission and staff. I have not put in the 20 hours for sure. I like that point. But I am on the finance committee in addition to being the liaison to HRC. So this question of HISRAP funds has really been part of my introduction to city council work. And I want to be super clear for those who may not be aware that the finance committee has been grappling with, when did HISRAP funding get decoupled from the general fund? There was a time, we're not quite clear on how many years ago, that HISRAP funding was pegged at a percentage of the general fund. And the allocations we've made this year, even with the augmentation of $200,000, is below the 1% of the general fund that HISRAP. Minka's trying to tell me that I'm off. Go ahead.
No, that was just a very good point, and I have listened to that. So I actually went back into the HISRAP history, and there was a point in time, it was when Councilmember Holman was on, that she did make a request that HISRAP be tied to the general fund at 1%. And that did not make its way to a council motion. And so it was not ever tied as 1%. There was, in the early years, there was a tie to that they would receive a cost of living each year. So then in around 2016, staff presented with the HRC to Policy and Services to see if at that time they were given some options of regular increases to the HISRAP fund. And at that point, the Policy and Services basically did not agree to any of they didn't have enough votes to pass any of well, they were going to pass the motion that said increases would happen ad hoc during each budget season as the council knew what the city's budget situation was. That the vote didn't pass, but the default was that that was the same process that continued to happen.
I recall Councilmember Holman's proposal, but my recollection is that it was based upon, she was proposing that we restore a previous practice of the 1%. And I don't know what was verified or not.
Right.
But her proposal wasn't under a notion that we had never had that 1%. It was going back a decade to restore
Right.
what
I
do
have,
that.
yeah, I
Although,
have notes back to the beginning of his rep, and I do not see an indication of a
And-
tie to the general fund.
And I think what was discussed was that it actually was all the human services funding, not narrowly his rep. But I don't.
My attempt
So we
here,
have other funding and preceding that. So I don't know the record correctly.
Yeah.
Either way, this is something we may want to consider going
and that's my
forward.
point, that this is something the Finance Committee has talked about. We are interested in whether the funds we have allocated to the HRC are adequate to respond to the needs of our community. And the chair is shaking his head no. And I think that's what we carry forward from this. And that's a good thing.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If we resourced his rap more, you would see more organizations put in for more programs, like ACS put in for 2 programs. A lot of our older organizations are playing it safe and saying, I know they're going to give me this much, let me not rock the boat. So if there were resources there, I'm pretty sure Philip Dow and people from Opportunity Center and Hearth and Home and ACS and YCS would put in for more programs, because they have a menu of programs that they do, and they need help on all of them.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, so, and I don't think his rep should be tied to revenue, but what it maybe should be tied to is our profitability. Can someone on staff remind me, how much money are we taking from BSR this year, this fiscal year? Anyone remember?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
How much money are we taking from our budget stabilization reserve?
I'm sorry, I can't do that math in my head right now. I think a council member may have a response, but
Okay, well, it's in the millions, maybe what, 6, 7 million, something like that.
if you're looking for the current balance of the
No,
budget.
not the current balance, not the current balance, just because I think, this year we have double-digit expense increase. And we have like a negative 1% revenue decrease. And so I think for us, I think what's important is to take care of the business of the city first. We had people during this winter already complain about high utility rates. A lot of people lost their jobs this year, so it's definitely not a good situation. So I guess staff mentioned, perhaps taking out council contingency. How much left is in our council contingency fund at this point?
I believe it's about 100,000.
100,000. Okay. So rather than dipping into a BSR again, what's the argument to? And I guess this would be for Councilmember Burt. What's the argument for taking out of the BSR instead of taking out of our contingency?
Because we have an additional 9 months of the year for which we may choose to use those funds for other purposes. I think we've hashed this through pretty well. And I'm not receptive to taking out the council contingency fund. If Councilmember Tanaka has some other amendment he wants to propose, please do so. Otherwise, it's 11:20 and I don't think this is, talking about these high level things that you spoke about earlier, and talking about them again is serving a useful purpose.
Do you have an amendment, Councilmember Tanaka?
No, I don't think it's being accepted. So let's take the vote.
Thank you. I too want to add my thanks for the work that you guys are doing at HRC, and Minka is you as well, and Chair. I think that a lot of this with Ada's Cafe and all the work that they do, it was just a little bit painful for them being left out the way that they are. And I think on our end, on the council's end, I don't think we specified that the increase of the 200K was to ensure that Ada's got.
No,
Do-
and I did not say that.
No, I think that, I'm just saying that maybe we're also at fault to a small extent for not indicating that the increase of the 200K, we would like to see Ada get a certain.
We did indicate, we didn't specify.
Okay, so we indicated, we didn't specify, so maybe we should specify. But in any case, thank you for your work. And with that, we'll take the vote.
Mayor,
Yes,
could I just make one confirmation? My guess is that the
We
council intends to approve all the remaining allocation proposals, and I presumptively added that to the motion upon your confirmation.
Agreed.
thank you. I did have a question. Between the parentheses, except for Ada's Cafe, we're still allocating the 12,224 to them in addition to the 45.
That's how
Right.
they get to the 75% like everybody else, on average.
Yeah, so we can clarify.
Yeah, I just
So-
don't want the except for Ada's Cafe. It means that we don't include
Could
them
remove the parentheses.
into the contingency.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll delete that.
It does say additional.
And yeah, the additional makes it clear that we're adding money.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, the city manager.
And I believe you need to take public comment.
Thank you. Do we have public comments?
No request to speak and no hands are raised.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, I think we can take the vote now.
Councilmember Lithcott Ames,
Yes.
Councilmember Finker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes,
motion carries 6-1.
thank you so much. This concludes this item and we'll continue number 11 and we're adjourned. Thank you.